Good morning. Welcome panel members, staff, and members of the public. I hope summer is going well for everyone. Now seeing that all panel members, well, actually almost all panel members are present, I hereby call the July 26, 2024 meeting of the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel to order at 9:03 a.m. Now, panel member Neeson, would you now lead us in the salute to the flag?
Face the flag, put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Neeson. Now, public comment on today's meeting agenda items may be provided during either in person about the meeting, either in person by signing up on the sheet located in the back table or by dialing 667-770-1523 and then following a prompt to provide a participant access code. Callers then will be added to a queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what point public comment will occur. When it's your turn, please mute the live cast audio. When giving public comment, please state the following: commenter's first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, and public comment. Again, the phone number is 667-770-1523. The access code is 651905 #. The phone number and access code will also be posted at the start of public comment for each item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 6 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the panel's agenda today. So item 1 is opening remarks of the chair. Given that our last meeting was early June, this is now late July, I thought it would be beneficial to provide a brief recap of what we did. So during that meeting in June, we reviewed and discussed the submission form and the review cover sheet. We also took the opportunity to give feedback on the informational webinar. And I'm very pleased to report that the webinar was held on July 2nd and it went very well. And I would like to extend my gratitude to all the staff who have prepared and presented in the webinar. And today, as outlined in the agenda, we'll focus on the logistics of the review process and continue discussing how to reach final decisions on the screener's recommendations. All right, with that, let's move on to item 2, which is the approval of the draft June 2024 meeting minutes. The draft minutes are the attachment for item 2. We'll now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. While we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, do any panel members have concerns or questions related to the draft minutes? All right, are there any public comments?
There's none.
All right, any discussion items on this from the panel members? All right, then do I have a motion from a panel member to approve the June 24 RDRSSP draft meeting minutes? Okay, Member Martinez moved. I have a motion by Member Martinez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. A motion is seconded by Member Wilson. Okay, show of hands for those in favor. Please keep your hand up until you're counted. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Item 3 is review of the statute and panel process. This is an information-only item and will be presented by Chief Deputy Executive Director of the State Board of Education, Jessica Holmes. Ms. Holmes, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chair Kim. So as has become a standing item on our agenda, I'll be reviewing the statute and where we are at in the panel process this morning. The selection of statute that I'll be reviewing today is intended to be relevant to the conversations that you're all going to be engaging in today. But please let me know if you have any questions. We can treat this more as a discussion, and feel free to interrupt me during the presentation if you have any questions. So we've accomplished a lot so far. We've only been meeting since February, and we've come really far in that time. We're about halfway through. We still have a long way to go. But I won't go through the things we've already completed. You'll see those are all checked off. But the items that we are going to be discussing today and that are going to be informing the work that you all do through the fall are the screener information template. As you may recall, this is information that the panel wishes to provide to the field about each of the screeners that end up on the approved list. So we'll be creating a template for that. As well as the evaluation application review protocol, so the process that everyone's going to be engaging in our September, October, November, December meetings to pick the final list of approved screeners. And then we'll be picking that list before December 31st of this year and filling out that template so that we have screener information sheets for all those that are selected. One thing that's not on this list that I did want to circle back to that Chair Kim mentioned was we did have a webinar on July 2nd for interested applicants. We have a video of that webinar and the PowerPoint of that webinar now up on the panel website, so anyone who's interested can go and take a look. We also have a process in place pursuant to the invitation to submit document for answering questions. So we have a email address, RDRSSP@cde.ca.gov, that anyone who's interested in submitting an application or interested in learning more about the process can submit questions to. We are not necessarily responding directly to those emails, but we are using those emails that come in to create an FAQs list. We have posted the first round of FAQs on the RDRSSP website, so those are up right now if folks want to take a look. And so if you haven't had your question answered yet, please know that more FAQs will be coming, and everyone will be able to access them. If you're interested in knowing when those are posted, please sign up for our listserv. You can see instructions for doing that on the RDRSSP website. And we will make sure to let you know when the FAQs are updated and more information is put on the website. So I just want to thank everyone who is listening at home for all their patience and interest in this process. So what we'll be doing today, we have multiple study sessions today, which are honestly my favorite. I love hearing all the panel members talk and the discussions that we have. But we'll be having a study session on evaluating applicant submissions, including the logistics of reviewing the applications, and then the evaluation and overall ratings and recommendations. We'll talk about logistics before lunch, and then we'll talk about the evaluations and overall ratings after lunch. And Matt and Vic, who I'll introduce here in just a second, will be leading us through that work. We'll talk a little bit about why we're putting those in that order. In addition, this afternoon, we'll also have a study session on the screener information template, so we can start working through that. And the idea with the discussions today is that they will inform actions that the panel is expected to take in August to formalize those protocols and processes and the template for the screener information. So not a lot of voting today. Actually, you've done all the voting you're going to do today, but definitely a lot of important conversation. And as I mentioned, in August, we'll be doing those adoptions. And then in September, just to give folks a little preview, we anticipate that because applications are due on August 30th, members will get copies of those applications, and pursuant to the process that we talk about today and adopt in August, we'll calibrate our review process in September and then begin to evaluate. So very exciting. We're coming to the real meat of our work here pretty quickly. So before I move into review of statute, any questions on where we are in the process and where we plan to go? All right. So I pulled some of what we're going to see in the review statute today is going to be stuff that you've seen many times. I know I myself am getting to the point where I've started memorizing certain sections of the statute, and that's okay. It's a really important statute, and I really encourage anyone who is participating in this process, planning to apply, to make themselves really comfortable with that language, Education Code Section 53008. But I've pulled out a couple of sections today just to kind of center us for our conversations around what it is we're looking for and the types of, how the screeners fit into the larger overall educational programming of a school and a school district and charter schools. So just a reminder, our purpose really is to, purpose of this panel is to review both how screening instruments that are selected fit into the broader system of public K-12 education. Let me start this one again. Our purpose today in this review of statute is to review both how the screening instruments that are selected fit into the broader system of public TK-12 education, and then what the panel's role is in selecting those screening instruments. So as you all recall, the State Board of Education has the authority over the review process and the evaluation criteria. So as we know, back in May, the State Board adopted our rubric, they adopted our evaluation criteria, and that is what is driving this process, and that all comes from the statute. One thing I think those folks in the public may be a little bit confused about is the panel has the authority over the actual approvals. So what you all choose is not going to go back to the board for approval. What you all choose is, pursuant to the statute, is the final list of screening instruments that will be used to meet the requirements to screen students beginning in 25-26. So I want to make sure that's very clear. The board has the purview over the process and the evaluation criteria, which they've done their work. Now it's up to us to make the selection of that approved list based on those criteria. As a reminder, the statute also requires the panel to make sure that they're not just approving screening instruments in English, but that they're approving instruments to the extent that they're available that reflect student proficiency in English and other languages, and that those reflect the languages spoken by students throughout the state to the extent possible. And then getting back to our screener template, screener information template that we're going to be working on today, that does come from the statute. The statute does require the panel to identify information about the appropriate administration of the screening instruments, and does specify that it has to at least include the greater grades for which those instruments are appropriate. So I did want to, as I mentioned before, sort of center us on the purpose of these screening instruments and why we're here. And there is, in 53008, there is legislative findings and declarations language. So this is not statutorily limiting to you all, but it is intended to provide information and context for why the statute is the way it is. So I thought one really important component of these legislative findings, and this is an A1, so at the very beginning of the section, was the purpose, the legislative stated purpose. And I think really important here is screening should be considered part of a school's comprehensive instructional strategy and should be used by educators like other types of formative and summative assessments to inform individualized instruction, measure a pupil's progress, identify pupil learning needs, and enable parents and educators to discuss pupil needs in a more informed way. And I think that's really important to keep in mind as we're thinking about how we're going to be going through this scoring process and what it is that we're looking for. I think it's also really a wonderful reminder of why you all are such a diverse body of experts. We have folks who have background in all different types of education, including we have educators here as well. And that's really important because this is going to fit into that broader work that they're doing on the ground. Further, the statute does go on and say that the screening results are used as a flag, not as a diagnosis. I think we probably can't say this enough because I do get questions from people in the field that reflect a misunderstanding that this is a diagnostic tool. It is not a diagnostic tool. So I know we all know that, but just saying again for the general knowledge of the public, it's supposed to instead evaluate pupil needs and progress, identify supports for classroom instruction, enable targeted individual intervention, and allow for further diagnostic or further diagnostic assessment if concerns do not resolve. We've also gotten some questions and some concerns around what does it mean what is a screening instrument, right? So I did want to bring up this part of the statute that actually defines it. I don't know that the definition is as precise as I think some people would prefer, but I do want to remind folks that the statute defines it as a brief tool. That's probably the component of this definition that we've gotten the most questions on. What does it mean to be brief? There's no further information given, so it's up to the panel to decide. But administered by someone who is appropriately trained to administer it, which is part of the reason why in our cover sheet and in the rubric, there's a lot of stuff in there about how you prepare the administrator of the assessment. Measuring discrete areas to determine pupils' risk of reading difficulties, including dyslexia. Just also want to emphasize that there is language in here that talks about minimizing the over-identification or under-identification of pupils' risk of reading difficulties and offering meaningful information for follow-up. Both, I think, really important things to remember. I'm not going to go over this one again, but because we've just talked about it, but this is, again, there's a lot of references in the statute about how this is not a diagnostic tool. So before I move on to the next part, just wanted to make sure, are there any questions or clarifications on the statute? All right. So before we move on to the next item, I did want to, I'm sorry.
Member Martinez.
Yeah, I just have one question about, it was the issue that came up, I think at the last meeting too, about who has the authority of this group and the approval of the assessments and in relation to the State Board of Education. And you mentioned earlier again that it is this group's authority to approve the list. We still recommend that list, right, to the State Board of Education, or there's nothing that once that list, then that list moves forward?
That's correct. So the State Board of Education, they can choose to, affirm what you've done if they want to, but statute really says that the authority lies with this panel to determine what that final list is going to be. Obviously, the State Board has had a lot of influence in how you do that because they were the ones that approved the review process and the evaluation criteria, but it's very clear that you are the ones who are making that final decision on the list. One thing I would note is that the statute further goes on to say that that the board can reconstitute this panel at any time and ask them to do another process all over again. And so, that is one way, I suppose, that if the board didn't like what you did, they could reconstitute. But really, you all have the final say in what that final list looks like.
Are there any other clarifying questions?
I would also say if they really like what you've done so much that they want you to do again, that they could also reconstitute you for that.
That's helpful.
So I did want to recognize, we have a new team member here today, Jen Zoffel, who's been helping us. She is taking a very well-deserved vacation. And in her place, we have Victor Diaz from West Ed, who will be helping us today with Matt. And so did want to introduce him before we move into item 4, as he will be supporting us there.
All right. Thank you very much. Now we'll open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment?
There are not.
Okay, let's see, anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There's none.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 4. We'll engage in a facilitated discussion of the evaluation process for considering applications that are submitted to the panel. As a reminder, the Department of Education released the invitation to submit on June 12th, and the applications are due on August 30th. For those entities wishing to submit an application, I recommend referring to the invitation to submit, submission form, and the cover sheet documents on the RDRSSP website. as well as the recording and PowerPoint from the July 2nd informational webinar. And there's a first round of FAQs, which I believe have been posted on the website. And we anticipate a second round of FAQs that will be posted in August. We anticipate that item 4 will be a little lengthy as it includes multiple study sessions. And as a result, we're going to take up item 4 in multiple parts. And we'll take a break and lunch during the item. So now Mr. Matt Brunetti and Victor Diaz from WestEd will be presenting and facilitating this item. And so Mr. Brunetti and Diaz, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm on, yeah. Good to see you all again. Again, Matt Brunetti from WestEd. As Chair Kim mentioned, item 4 will be pretty lengthy and in multiple parts. So I'm going to give you a preview of what that looks like, and then we'll get into the first part leading us to the first study session. The topics for discussion in item 4 are threefold. We're going to talk about the logistics of how you, the panel, will review each application, how those instruments will be evaluated against the criteria, specifically the rubric, and as set forth in this submission form that we've approved at the last meeting. And then how final decisions or approvals will be made or recommendations will be made by you all, as Jessica just shared with you. So the first, we're going to have 2 study sessions within item 4. The first one's going to focus primarily, I'm going to admit that all of us are going to fall for this because they're kind of very intertwined. So we're going to try to focus on the logistics of reviewing applications first, and that was designed intentionally. And then, and you'll see some notes throughout my presentation where we'll say, that's what we'll talk about it in study session 2. If we can do our best to try to keep to them, but I realize that they are really closely intertwined. But study session 1 will be logistics of reviewing the applications. Study session 2 will focus on applying the process to and evaluating and coming up with an overall ratings and recommendations piece. So that's the general overview of it. Here's like the mini agenda within item 4. So we'll talk about, we'll do study session 1 and have a whole group share out from study session 1, then likely have lunch in between, come back to do study session 2 and the whole group report out from that, and final discussion and public comment for item 4 after lunch. But we're a little ahead of schedule already, so we'll see how that goes, and it's subject to change. But that's the general idea. A few important considerations. I'm about to share with you a proposed application review process, and these considerations were accounted for in that, but I just want to remind all of us about these considerations as we go through this process, and something to think about as you are working in your study sessions today. The Bagley-Keene requirements, which means that all of our discussions need to be in public and available to the public to see. There's potentials for recusals based on potential conflicts from some of you as members, so that's another consideration that we need to be aware of. The schedule and timing of remaining meetings, right? We have a meeting next month, and then really, as Jessica said in the previous item, September, October, November is the 3 months where we're looking to wrap this process up. Yes, we do have a December meeting too. I'm not saying we don't have that, but that's the schedule of timeline we have. And then the number of applications we're going to get is unknown until we receive them all on August 30th. However, I can give you a little preview of the webinar from July 2nd. Went really well, and we had about 35 participants from about 15 organizations. So if that's any general reflection of the number of applications, we shall see. But that's who attended the webinar. So jumping into the logistics of reviewing applications for study session 1. Here's the first high-level overview, and then each slide will get into the weeds of the step-by-step process. So the high-level overview of this proposed application review process. Here we are today to discuss it in our study sessions, have conversations among you, the panel members. At next month's meeting, we hope to maybe approve this application review process. so that by September, so by the end of August when all the applications come in, by early September we can distribute those, and that the panelists, can have a time to independently review each of those applications. And by that we mean outside of the meeting by yourself and not having conversations with other panel members to review the applications. During that September meeting would give you all a chance to calibrate with each other and kind of get that process straightened out. And so that by October we have full panel discussions, and by November have final decisions or approvals. So that's the high-level overview over the next few meetings. Just to remind everybody, including the public, I know you all know this really well, but this is a slide shared during the webinar too that gives us just the rubric structure overview, because I think it pertains to what the step-by-step process I'm about to talk about. But if you boil down the multiple pages of rubrics to a one-page kind of summary, this is what it would look like. So there are 3 review elements or sections: description of assessment battery, psychometrics, and communication and resources, and then all the various evidence statements that are within those review sections. And you all have the ability to then rate strong, moderate, or minimal for each of those evidence statements. Sorry, yes, panel member Wilson. Oh, Chair Kim, yes.
Mayor Wilson.
You know, it's hard. I really like this slide. I would love to have a printed copy of it or something that we could look at, because it's very helpful. And because I'm so short, I have a hard time seeing anyway, but a hard copy of that would be very helpful, just to get that, have that big picture of the overview at some point.
Okay.
Not urgently today, but like, I'd like to have a copy of that.
Sure. Yep. Okay. Oh, Jessica just informed me she'll print it and have it ready for you later today. Perfect. Okay. I'm also going to share with you ahead of time the discussion questions that we're going to hope to talk about in our study session, so you can kind of mull over them as I'm going through the proposed process. So we're going to ask, what are the strengths of the proposed application review process? What are the challenges of the proposed application review process? And what recommendations do you have for improving the proposed application review process? Okay. And you're all we've been at this a while now, so I know you're very good, but we're looking for those specific recommendations too. So in your study sessions, if you can, at the end, sort of wrap up and be prepared to share out those specific types of things, or generate conversation with the rest of the panel. So those are the 3 discussion questions for this. So now I'll walk you through, and I'll try to go as slowly as possible, and I'm gonna have time at the end to answer clarifying questions, but I'm okay if you stop me in one of these steps too to ask. So step 1 would be the panelist assignments. So as we talked about, all the applications submitted by August 30th, and what we would propose to do is have the panel be divided into 2 subgroups of 4 panelists. I know you have 9. That means Chair Kim would be a floating member to support and be consistent among both groups. Each application would be reviewed by that subgroup. I wrote 3 to 5 panelists because the recusals, other things that might come up might vary. So it might not, ideally it would be each of the 4 in the subgroups would review them, but there could be some adjustments made based on that. As I mentioned, Chair Kim would assist both groups to oversee the process, ensure consistency. She can also replace any member who might need to recuse themselves based on potential conflicts. And then we'll try to balance those 2 subgroups with the diversity of expertise that you all have on the panel, so that there's, as you'll see, there'll be room for your subgroups to have conversations with each other, so we have robust conversations there. So that's step 1, which is, literal logistics of distributing applications. So let's say, hypothetically, we get 16 applications. 8 initially would go to one subgroup, and the other 8 would initially go to the other subgroup for that first independent review. So then step 2 is that independent review of the applications, and then we're going to add the calibration step in there as well. So the applications will be reviewed independently, and again, to reiterate what that means is you, each panel member individually reading them on your own time prior to the September meeting to review those.
Member Martinez has a quick question.
Yeah, just about Chair Kim's role, because you had mentioned that she was going to float between the two groups, but she's going to evaluate in both groups too, right?
Yes, yes. We're not letting her off the hook. But yes, thank you for that clarifying question. So then you're right. So then the applications are reviewed independently by you all. At that point, you can. I'll get into this in the second study session, but what your rating sheet would look like, similar to the slide that panel member Wilson likes, would have like a full rating sheet where you can do that and take notes for yourselves, that you'd be able to go through that individually, basically preparing yourself to come to a subgroup conversation. So, but prior to that, while you're all able to do that in the September meeting, we can have calibration processes happen so that both subgroups are consistent with each other as well. And then, so you'll use that to rate individually each of the applications that were assigned to you as a panel member. I will get into the specific process of this overall rating idea. That's what the whole second study session is, but that's the idea we're looking at. So you're looking at the individual evidence statements and rating them, but potentially also making an overall rating or determination. So then in step 3, this would be around September timeframe, and possibly moving into October. But the subgroup would then come together and be able to discuss your independent reviews as a subgroup. So you'd be able to then talk about, and these would happen obviously at one of the meetings, September, October meetings, because they need to be, due to Bagley cleaning requirements, need to be public facing. At this point in the process, and this is where you can have your discussion today, there's also a possibility to triage at this point, which really means determining whether any of them do not meet the minimum requirements and then can therefore be set aside at this step in the process within that subgroup conversation. So subgroup comes together and all of the panelists in that subgroup agree that it does not meet those minimum requirements, and you can set that application aside, essentially. Again, though, minimum requirements is a topic we've briefly touched upon at previous meetings, and we will, again, address today in study session 2. Yes, panel
member Wilson.
So I'm just trying to make sure I understand what triage means. I think you said, I just want to clarify, if everyone in the subgroup agrees that it should not move forward, then that would be considered triaged. So the rest of the group wouldn't look at that one because the subgroup said no.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's the proposed idea, yep. Okay, so then that brings us to step 4. So you've had your subgroup discussions, potentially have that triage process, and now it would open to the step 4 would be the whole panel discussion. This is getting later in the process, so likely definitely October and into November at this point. That the applications are then presented by the panelists who completed the initial review, essentially the subgroups. And then you would present to the other subgroup, essentially, but the whole panel. And you will present out the ratings to the whole panel, and then the whole panel members can ask clarifying questions and engage in discussions about the application, right? So then, of course, at this point in the process, all panelists will be expected to at least have read through all the applications. That second group, not as deep as the first group, but at this point, it will be later in the process, and you'll have had more time to independently review the other applications that weren't initially assigned to you, so that you can engage in a meaningful conversation in the whole panel discussion and kind of ask probing questions of the presenting group. And then that brings us to the 5th step, which would be all panel members provide an overall rating or recommendation, the language we can decide on as we move through today and into August, for each application confidentially. Likely the ratings would be open to the public, but not panel member Odegaard said this, panel member, so it would be like the distribution of it would be shared, but not what we mean by confidentially. So.
Member Neeson?
Just clarifying. So after we do our, common review and we come back to the whole panel, will it be 35 applications or whatever it is individually being presented, or will we be able to somehow provide recommendations in a kind of grouping format, or are there options for that, or do we have to individually review each one? Because I feel like that might be a little time constraining and consuming.
I think that's a really good question. I think that's something that's difficult to answer because we don't know the number of applications at this point, but I think it's worthy of a discussion today in your study session to kind of address, well, what if this happened, or those sorts of ideas.
Member Odegaard?
And one other clarifying question before we break out. We have to, because of the open meeting, do group discussions in plain sight. But if we as a subgroup were to assign homework, in essence, individually, we could do individual pulling of information, creating of these kind of reports individually, and that wouldn't violate the law.
Correct.
Cool.
I believe that's correct. Jess, do you need to?
I'm just thinking logistically how we're going to pull this off. So it's a lot of work.
Yeah, there is definitely an expectation that you will be doing individual work on your own outside of the public meetings. However, the limitation is really around your ability to discuss what you are finding in your own personal review outside of the public meeting. So any conversation that you would have with another panel member would need to happen as part of the public meeting, but you would certainly be able to individually on your own review the applications and come to your own conclusions.
And if we were to, in a group, come up with group consensus and assign it out, the culmination and synthesis of that could be assigned to a person to do offline individually. Because, again, these reports from the subgroups will have to be generated.
As long as that work that's done outside of the public meeting is done individually and not in conjunction with others, and that the results of that work are reported out at a public meeting.
Okay, and then again, that idea of the overall rating recommendation is what we're going to hold off for study session 2. I know there'll be lots of conversation around that. Okay, so that was the five-step process. Here's a review slide of that just to remind you. So, and ask any more clarifying questions around it. So the first step would be panelists into two subgroups, individual applications assigned to each member of each of those subgroups. Independent review takes place. Come to the September meeting to start the calibration or complete the calibration process and start the subgroup discussion process, which is step 3. The potential for triaging applications that do not meet minimum requirements. If in fact in study session 2 of today, we come away with some ideas for what that might look like. And then to step 4, which is a whole panel discussion, and step 5, the overall rating recommendation step. Any other questions on that idea?
Member Martinez?
So I'm trying to understand the independent review of application stage, that first one. So is the expectation then that we would be assigned a subset of the applications to review, and we would independently score all of the applications before we come into the September meeting? Because that's my next question, because I have 2-week vacations in September. So when will we get the applications, and is there a possibility that we could get them remotely internationally?
Yes, we're going to distribute as soon as the applications are all received and the due date is there. So as quickly as the staff can turn those around to you, yes, make them available. And I believe access to them will be digital, is what we intend. If there are any paper-based ones, we'll have to discuss that. But I believe they can access them anywhere, right? There's no, yeah. So that.
I would just add that we will need to compile everything. So it won't, applications are due on the 30th. It won't happen that day. That's also Labor Day weekend. So my guess is that probably somewhere mid the next week is when you can expect to receive them. But yes, I'm going to guess that it will likely look something like access to a box or something like that, where you all, a secured box where you all can access the applications that you have been assigned.
And I will just to follow, I would anticipate, I believe, I know this because it's my birthday. The next panel meeting is like only a few weeks later on my birthday. And so I would assume at that point, maybe we would really focus on those like 1 to 3 applications that we plan to calibrate on for the September meeting, and then give you more time by the October meeting to have those subgroups. Yeah. Yeah.
Member Wilson?
Actually, I think you just answered it. I said, would it I'm trying to figure out September. So we would, before the 20th of September, we focus on the 3 calibration ones, then our assigned subgroup would be before the October meeting. Accurate?
Likely, yeah. I didn't want to get too much in the weeds of the actual schedule because I know it's relevant, obviously.
Very.
But I wanted you to focus on the actual steps too.
Right. No, I like the steps, and I understand we're going to talk about them, but I just I was trying to figure out, do those steps make sense given the timeline? Thank you.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions? And this is just, remember, proposed, and this is what's open to discussion in study session 1. Let's see. We were going to take a break, but we're a little ahead of schedule. I'm sorry? Yeah. Chair Kim, would it sound like a quick break, and then we'll come to do the prep for the study session and go into the study session? Sound good? Sure.
All right, so it's 9:45. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll return at 9:55 a.m. Thank you. All right, we're back. All members are now present. I call the meeting back to order at 10:01 a.m. Mr. Brunetti and Diaz, feel free to continue your facilitation of item 4.
So just to clarify again, these are the proposed application review process. These are the summary of the 5 steps that we're going to discuss in the study session. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Vic Diaz from West Ed, who's going to walk you through the process for the study session that you're becoming really familiar with, but we'll just remind you that process. Victor?
Thank you very much, Matt. Good morning, Chair Kim, Vice Chair Guerrero, members of the panel, member of the public. My name is Victor Diaz, and I'm an organization development specialist with West Ed. I'm here pinch hitting for Jen Zoffel today. She's my colleague. I work with her very closely on several projects, including this one, where I've been helping to prepare your meetings, and I've watched all your meetings from afar in my home in Arizona, so it's a real honor to be in the room with you today. We want to just walk you through what the study session process will look like. So to remind you, in a study session, we have a wonderful opportunity for you to have great conversation, and we have to make sure we maximize transparency to the public. So these conversations are open to the public. We are going to continue to live stream the meeting room. We ask that in your group you choose a reporter, and that reporter will be responsible for sharing aloud to the whole group the key points from your discussions in the study session. Any written notes that you take are for your personal use only. Staff will not collect any of those notes. And all the feedback related to the agenda item and response to discussion questions must be shared via that oral report from the reporter in your study session. We have 2 groups for our study session today, and we're going to be in these groups a few times today. This is the first of 3 study sessions. And again, we ask that each group choose 1 reporter to share out for the whole group. In terms of what we're going to discuss, we do have 3 discussion questions here that Matt has already shared with you. We want to know what your perception is on the strength of the proposed process that Matt described. what are the challenges of that process, and what recommendations you have for improving the proposed application review process. As Matt shared, we ask that you focus on the logistics. We know that these things are so intertwined, so it'll be impossible to just talk about logistics. But when we come back to report out in about 45 minutes, we want to make sure that we are ready to know your strong preferences on those logistics. Are there any questions?
Member Brian?
I have a question regarding step one, the holistic review. Are we going to have some sort of note-taking process where we can write down some observations from the group that we can take to our individual?
Yes, thank you for the question. That's one of the things you can definitely feel free to discuss in terms of that would be a challenge, and so this would be a recommendation in terms of how we can improve that process. What we're looking for is your strong recommendations on what you need so that we could then take that back and build it so that the panel could move on it in August. Yep. Okay.
I don't see any other clarifying questions, so maybe we can proceed.
Great.
So should we get in the back, or?
We'll set up these two different tables over here. Why don't we put Group A at the table over here, and then we can do Group B at the table over here. Great. Thanks. And it's 10:05. We will take 45 minutes, so at 10:50, we'll start to bring you back. And Mr. Bourdain and I will be walking around and be able to assist in any way that you need.
right, we're back. You have both Matt and Victor again from Wested here to help you. How we're gonna debrief on this and begin the whole group discussion is ask Group A to share their summary of what they spoke about in terms of strengths, challenges, and recommendations. We'll ask Group B to do the same thing, and then from that, Vic and I will be feverishly taking notes and whatnot, and we'll go back and end with the discussion points that we think need to kind of be elaborated upon so that we can bring more formal documentation of all of these ideas to the August meeting. Okay, so with that said, Group A, if your reporter would like to share out on...
Member Wilson is the reporter. Okay, so the strengths, we said we thought the process was streamlined and clear. And another strength is that it allows all members to review and discuss all applications. So we appreciated that. We appreciated the calibration on the subset to kind of get everyone normed. So we thought that at the September 20th meeting, or being the focus of the September 20th meeting was a strength. And then the other strength is our fearless leader, having Chair Kim floating between the two groups and being responsible for looking at all of them. So we wanted to give her a shout out. The challenges that we talked about were the building in some processing time during step 4, so that the group that didn't do the deep dive could consider the presentation and discussion of the group that did do the deep dive. So in other words, if one group is presenting about a particular tool that we didn't do the deep dive on, we may hear something that leads us to think, oh, I need to take a closer look at that. So we want to make sure that there is opportunity to build in some processing time for the one that we didn't do the deep dive in. Another challenge was that we don't know the number of applications, and we also don't know how long the review will take, and we all have other work. So those were the challenges. So our recommendations, what we did is we started looking at the calendar of events, because it started for us in terms of recommendations with how will the triage be handled? The whole notion of triage, because we like that idea. Like if something was basically eliminated, we felt that it should be unanimous by the subgroup, and that Chair Kim would also have to agree that it would be triaged. But then we were trying to figure out how would that be reported to the other subgroup in a timely manner so that they don't spend too much time on it, et cetera. So that led us to part of our recommendation, which is we were trying to calendar out that. And so here's what we came up with. I'm just going to say what we thought might make sense. The timeline of September 1st through September 20th, the entire panel would focus on the calibration of the subset that was identified as the tools we're going to calibrate on. So whatever that is. Then at the September 20th meeting, we would be focused on discussion of that calibration and the assigned subset. During the September 20th through October 18th time period, we would primarily be focused on reviewing whatever our group is assigned. So if we're assigned, so we're doing the deep dive on whatever our group is assigned with a brief skim of the other ones, because we're not knowing how many, we just don't know, like realistically, would we really be able to do a deep dive and a decent review of what we're not assigned? October 18th, the meeting, we thought maybe could start with the subgroup scoring, obviously, because the subgroups need to meet, because we will have done it independently. And then maybe at the first report after the subgroup discussion would be, is anything identified as triage? Because that would at least eliminate if there is any elimination. And then we didn't know if we'd actually be able to get through a discussion of all of them on October 18th, it doesn't seem possible, but it really depends on the number. But whatever discussion there is, then that's where we got worried about the processing time. So if there's discussion, and the other group is reporting and I hear something that I want to look deeper at, if I don't have time to look deeper at whatever comes up, I'm not sure I'd feel comfortable with doing my final scoring at that time. So we thought perhaps there wouldn't be any expectation of final scoring until the November 18th time, because that would give between October and November to look at the other subset that wasn't part of your assigned group. So final scoring and recommendations in November, and then continued in December if absolutely necessary. So that was our recommendation, because it really started from how will we know if anything is recommended for triage by the other group, and then how will that support us in kind of managing time. Anything else, group?
Okay, Member Odegaard.
Okay, so strengths, we thought that pretty much it's all a variation of a theme. The fact that we do have a diverse representation of background knowledge, expertise, and points of view, and that there's redundancy even across that the subgroups will be a fairly representative knowledge base and expertise base to actually make some pretty decent informed decisions at a subgroup level. So I think that's pretty much the biggest strength that we saw. So I'm just going to move on to the challenges. The calibration and when that's done, and you guys went into the details too, so just to streamline that, we just think that the challenge will be calibrating in plain sight and putting points to something in a big public forum will be a challenge for people to have to do. So that's what we were thinking too. There was some conversations around the word triage, and it's just, we're eliminating them, right? So just for simplicity, if that's what we're doing, then maybe we just are blunt about what it is. Some are going to be cut through an initial round of review, opposed, because we didn't understand the use of the word triage there. But do you want to go? No. Oh. Oh, it's on the back too. Perfect. Oh, okay. Yeah. And then the timeline, which the Group A has already identified. That timeline is a serious challenge when we're trying to think about the workload we're trying to do and have a just process. Then the recommendations are kind of a variation. And we were thinking about how would we reconfigure and organize when the calibration happens, what the subgroups are doing, and when are they actually putting point assignments to things so that we could do that work at a subgroup level. That we floated the idea of would it be possible to convene a quorum here for maybe even another meeting in September that could allow us some more bandwidth, and some of us would have to zoom in, but we would have a quorum. We're just thinking out of the box here about can we get all this work done and meet this timeline so that we can hit our legislative, our statutory obligations. And we have some serious reasons to believe that might not be possible. Dr. Kim, we also think that you're a great asset, Chair Kim. So we would really appreciate and recommend that if there's a recommendation for an elimination made by a subgroup, that maybe you would have eyes on that one as well and have your thoughts in there, even before it's brought to the whole group. We would like the fact that you can bring consistency to the calibration process by floating between us. So it's a recommendation. We're adding a lot to your plate. So thank you. Our group thanks you for your service. On behalf of the state of California, we thank you for your service. Yeah. Do you want to go over this since you know your notes on this one? So I'm going to hand it over to my colleague.
Okay, so one of the other recommendations we had was just sort of renaming the steps of the process to make it more clear for all of us. So step 1 would continue to be the panel assignment. Step 2 would be more, we could call it independent review and preliminary calibration. So the idea would be that when we get our assignments of applications, we take those independently, read them over, do preliminary ratings, and make notes about why we think that evidence stands where it does. And then step 3 would be that calibration process, whether it happens here in September on a separate meeting, but it would be before we actually identify that. And then after the calibration, we would want to have a step 4 where we could have independent time to review and revise our ratings. Then step 5 would be the subgroup review, and step 6 would be the group discussion. So just kind of making it a little more clear for us in terms of that process. So that would be the other recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, both groups. Those are great.
Yeah. So, as we were feverishly taking notes, and we're, I think there's 3 things that, 3 words I'm going to say that I think we're going to focus on in a further discussion. Calibration seems to be come up in both groups, and so diving deeper into that. Although I do see some parallels, I think, in the 2 report outs around how you were thinking about that. So that would be one, the idea of elimination and not using the word triage. So that's another one, and how we fit all of this in the timeline of the remaining meetings. So why don't we, I'm just looking at my notes here around, it looks like, I think, and panelists, correct me if I'm wrong here, sorry, that the idea around the timeline and how calibration could happen is similar across your groups. And I think, would you agree with that characterization or that summary of it? The fact that, like, essentially, there's not a lot of time between applications coming in and September 20th meeting. So probably what you can do is read a few applications at that time. And really we focus September on calibrating. And it sounds like at the subgroup level, like it could be a good study session activity. Does that seem like a good summary? Because I think that's what I heard in both groups.
Member Wilson?
Yes, I think I agree with that, but when you just added at the subgroup level, both subgroups would be looking at the exact same tool, though. Okay, okay. Yeah, then yes, that's my understanding.
If we do calibration at the subgroup,
Member O'Brien?
if we do calibration at the subgroup level, do we meet as a whole group to really have a whole group panel calibration, making sure that we're all on the same page?
Yep, I think that's the whole point of calibration.
Right. So
We'll have a whole group discussion so that we can establish our the same expectations and norms regarding how to score. Oh, Member Martinez.
Okay, so this is helpful because I was thinking the calibration was going to be done at the subgroup level, but it sounds like that we're going to all be assigned the same applications to review, not a subset of the subset that we get assigned, but rather we all get assigned the same ones, and then we'll come in and do the calibration, and we'll do that as a whole group and not as subgroups.
That was my understanding, but I think this is up for discussion as well. Member Neeson.
I think we need some clarification on that point, because when we talk about calibration, I thought we would all review the same one application and then we would continue to have individual, because if we get 30 applications, there's no way we can independently review all of those. My understanding is that the applications would be divvied up so that, let's say there's 15 applications that come in and there's 3 of us in the group, we'd each read 5, right?
So my understanding, it could.
So that 3 of us, or 5 applications would be read by the same 3 people, right? That's my understanding.
So what I assumed, but I'm very glad that this came up. So my understanding was calibration will have a few, not just one, because different points come out in different applications, right? So that we will know how to handle when different aspects come up. So when we will have a few that will be assigned to everyone, That's again for between August 30th to September 20th meeting. So everyone reads those applications very deeply. And then we come in here and have discussion about all those, I don't know, few, whatever number that will be, and so that we can see. So for this one, this application number 1, for this aspect, this was my score, this was my rationale. And then we come to see where we come from, and then kind of develop a general consensus of, okay, score of, like say, strong, this is what we have. Score of moderate, although we have a rubric, that there could be somewhat different variation, some variation in interpretation. So that's what I thought was going to happen. Okay, Member Wilson and Grablin, in that
Okay,
order.
so I agree, Chair Kim, with the process you just outlined. I'm looking at step 2, and it says panelists will calibrate on 1 to 3 applications that will be assigned to all panelists. So that is what it says in the process, that we're all getting the same one. One suggestion that I would have is, I mean, obviously, if we can do more than one, that would be better, because then a couple of them would be done. So that would be a good thing, depending on how many. But that if between September 1st and the 20th, we all review the same one, then when we come in, if we deliberate first as subgroups, even though it's on the same one, deliberate first as subgroups because it's just a more natural, comfortable conversation, then do the whole group process, it would do a couple of things. It would allow us to calibrate. It would also allow us to practice the process. So it might be a really effective way to do it. Plus, we'd have a couple of them done.
Sounds great. Member Grablin and then Martinez.
What is the process, or how are the submissions that will be reviewed in this calibration process being selected as those are the ones that are going through the kind of full calibration process?
Right, yeah. My personal, would be a random selection, just so we don't, yeah.
Great. Member Martinez?
I'm finding this discussion very helpful to clarify a number of things. And I guess to reiterate maybe one of the points that Jessica made, to me, I feel like step 1 is actually, it's conflated here with almost the first meeting. And I feel like step 1 is the calibration assignments. It's not the panel will be divided into 2 subgroups. It's the calibration. It's the determination of the applications that we will use to calibrate and the distribution of those to the entire panel. And that prior to then our September meeting, we all independently review those to come in for a calibration exercise in September. And then I also agree, I think that we can do at least preliminary conversations around that in a subgroup 1 to help the processing.
That's helpful. Thank you. Member Neeson?
Okay, this is just a process question because now I'm getting confused again. What I'm understanding is that we will all be assigned the same 3 that we will all read. And then we will also have our our little subgroup assignments of 5 to 10 applications that we will read, however many get divvied up, correct? But are we to read all of those? So the 5 that we get assigned to our little subgroup and then the 3 calibration by that September meeting, right?
Nope.
No.
So by September, only the calibration. Afterwards, that subgroup intensive view of the 5 or whichever number will happen.
So I think that brings me to the question of timeline then, because I just feel like when we looked at this before, and I stepped out for a moment, so maybe I missed that discussion, but I was under the impression that the calibration and subgroup review would happen during the same meeting and then the whole group. So we're doing the subgroup conversations in October along with the panel discussions?
So we can definitely talk about that. We can talk about that. We haven't really kind of fleshed out all the details yet. Let me go to Vice Chair Guerrero.
Thank you. So my question, something that came up, which is why in our meeting, what came up was actually having an additional, I guess, an additional meeting to do the calibration. Because now it's kind of shifted. I think it's shifted from what's originally written and then from what we had, the discussion we had in our subgroup, which I actually like the shift because personally, it's kind of what I was envisioning to happen, where we do read the same 2 or 3, which makes me feel better about doing it independently because I know I'm going to come back to you guys and we're going to have a discussion. We have the meeting, we calibrate, we have the discussion, so we are all on the same page. We're all using the same tool, and then we have additional time to do the independent review now that we have our same organizer or same tool, and then we have to then come back and do the subgroup work, and then that's where we do all the discussion and which ones do we eliminate, which ones do we move forward with, and then which ones need triage or we need Dr. Kim to step in. So that's one of the things that came up in our meeting, was having that additional time, because I don't think it's all possible at the September 20th meeting. Okay, so.
Thank you. Member Neeson?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Guerrero, because that's also my concern, is that those subgroup meetings and the group discussion, having them on the same day, I almost feel like will be an impossible task given our track record with discussion. Because to me, it feels like when we have these subgroup conversations, we not only have to make the decision on whether to move this group forward and elimination, but we also have to kind of understand what our evidence is as a group, so that when we come to the whole group panel discussion and make final determinations, that we have collected enough evidence. So for me, I'm just thinking, as you are, that September meeting, trying to do the subgroup discussions and the whole group discussion to potentially review up to 30 applications could be problematic. So I'm going to advocate to potentially add a half-day meeting in the same vein as others. I know that's something that would have to come from staff and looking at schedules and all of that, if that's a possibility, but thank you for allowing.
Thank you. So, okay, so just to remind you, so our meetings are September 20th, right? October 18th and November 18th, right? And December 16th. So we have so far, I think, in the current schedule, ideally, in the November meeting, we were going to have a choice or an option of making a final kind of recommendation, but we have a December meeting that's available. So just wanted to let you know that in our thinking about this. And I know we have 2 members who have hands. Jessica, do you want to discuss and have any clear answer?
Yeah, I just wanted to, Chair Kim, to your point, we do have an additional meeting scheduled in December, and the statute does not limit us, right? As long as we have something in place by December 31st. I would just note, however, that the review process includes projection of the list being selected by November. And so to the extent that we want to move that final approval date to December, we will need to bring the review process back to the State Board of Education because that is within their purview for an update to that schedule.
Thank you, that's helpful. So I'm going to go to Grablin, Wilson, and Odegaard.
O'Brien,
I'm sorry, O'Brien, Wilson, and Odegaard.
My question is for you. Was your thinking in terms of step 1? That's going to be happening on the September 20th meeting, correct?
I think the proposal was that is very similar to what you were just discussing. The idea that between August 30th, and really we're talking more like September 4th, but to September 20th is not a lot of time to ask you to do a lot of review, right? So we're trying to keep that in mind. I think the reason the proposal had a suggestion that we would assign not just the 2 to 3, but the entire thing is trying to make the September meeting more efficient. So yes, calibration, and I think the way that we're talking about it, like we'd come in, probably have study sessions, just similar to what we did today, have study sessions. You would, as subgroups, would be able to calibrate with each other, to have those conversations, come together as a whole group and have a conversation. That probably would take up half a day, which is correct, in the morning. It's then what do we do in the afternoon? So that's why we were saying maybe if we were to assign all of the applications at that time, some preliminary subgroup work, not the final subgroup work, but preliminary subgroup work could happen in that afternoon on September 20th, for then the real, like as to panel member Neeson's point, to the October meeting then being where you get to really dive deep and kind of do your subgroup review as a whole, and including that elimination step. So it's just, I think the proposal was trying to be as efficient with the meeting times as possible, which is why that was there, but it doesn't have to be that. It was just the proposal, yeah.
So let me see if I'm understanding. So your idea is that on September 20th, we do this holistic review of the applications, and possibly we could do the calibration in the afternoon. Could that be a possibility?
I think so. I don't know if what you mean by holistic review, that's a different phrase that we haven't chatted about yet, so I don't know how to answer that one.
Step 1, it says panelists will be distributed across 2 subgroups, ensuring that each application is evaluated holistically by multiple individuals.
That's more about assigning creation of the subgroups to make sure that it has a representation of the panel. Like the subgroup represents the diverse experience and expertise of the panel members themselves, not the actual review process being hosted. Like through the assignment of panelists to the subgroup, we are allowing for a more holistic review of them, because we have experts from higher ed in the classroom and research, for example. Like it's more of, that's what we meant by that.
I see. Okay, so that's very helpful. That clarifies. So then, on September 20th, we will do calibration.
That is the proposal, yes.
Okay, because we were under the impression that by reading these directions for step 1, that we were going to have a period of reading our assigned applications and sort of, have this discussion about what we saw in it, so that we could hear from our experts in different areas. So when we went to our independent reviews, that we would have that knowledge already. Like, for example, if I'm not very strong when it comes to validity and that, then hearing from Tim and other panel members what they are thinking, then we can take that with us when we do the independent. But that's not the case.
Right. Yeah. That's why we want that subgroup structure to be the way, for exactly the point you just made.
So we would do that more on October.
Yeah. The September meeting is where you get the chance to. I think the proposal was to practice with some independent review, but not necessarily make it be this is your final independent rating, but just to start, to practice the process and then come to the calibration. Like, for this particular evidence statement, I thought it was moderate evidence, and here's why. And then your subgroup member can say, I agree with you, I disagree with you, and to start that process. But we felt like it needed to be practiced first before you could come.
Definitely.
Given the time frame, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Member Wilson, Odegaard, and Martinez.
Okay, I had two things. One was I wondered if it would be helpful for me to repeat the our group's suggested timeline for Member Neeson because she stepped out. So I don't. Did you hear when we were saying our proposed timeline? Okay. And then the second thing I want to say is after I'm done, Chair Kim explained the way the process of reporting out the scores typically works. And it was really helpful. And I think it might help in terms of, as Member Neeson said, we are a discussion heavy group. We like to talk a lot. So Chair Kim's explanation of the process was really helpful. So let me just share, our team discussed that we looked at it from two lenses. One is what's happening in the chunks of time between meetings, and then what might be happening at the meetings. So we imagined that between September 1st and September 20th, every panel member would be independently reviewing and scoring the calibration, the identified tools that have been identified for calibration. That would be our main work. We may know what our subgroups are and what our assignments are, but that's just gravy if we have extra time. But our main focus would be on what we're calibrating on. And then at the September 20th meeting, we would be doing the subgroup discussion, calibration, although we're all doing the same one, and then the whole group report out and make sure we're all on the same page. It sounds like there may be time also to talk about some other preliminary stuff that our subgroup has looked at, but that would be the main focus of September 20th would be calibration. Then between the independent time between September 20th and October 18th, each subgroup would be primarily focused on a deep dive on whatever they're assigned, and also spending some time skimming the other ones that the other groups assigned. And we don't know the number, so we just don't know how that's going to work out, but that would be the goal. The October 18th meeting would then start with subgroup discussions and scoring, with a focus on trying to identify, is there anything that would be unanimously recommended for triage, or I like your guys, let's be more direct and blunt, elimination, so that when we come back to the whole group discussion, those things could at least be taken off the plate of the rest of the group if that seems likely. We would do a report and discussion, whole group, of as many tools as we could get through, and we don't have any idea how long that would take, which is why I really think it would benefit everyone to hear the process from Chair Kim. And then October 18th through November 18th would be independent review, but it would allow us to then look more deeply at anything that got brought up in whole group discussion that we're like, oh, I hadn't thought of that. Member Odegaard brought up XYZ. I want to take a look at that or whatever. And then November 18th would be final scoring and recommendations. And the reason we suggested that is we thought we want processing time. So if the other subgroup has a discussion on something, we need processing time to really look into whatever they may have brought up. And that could be within the meeting, but it is more likely going to need to be in between meetings. And then there may need to be carryover to the December meeting if the final discussion and scoring doesn't all get completed on the 18th. So that was our imaginary timeline in our head.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Wilson. So let me quickly go over what you mentioned, which is like when we present each case, what happens, especially with goal in mind of, like efficiency as well as doing thorough discussion. Typically what I shared was typically what happens in a federal grant review. So say, we have a 4-member in this small group, and then so I'm taking, although all 4 members read really carefully, one member starts is a person who present the overview initially, right? So I present application number 1, I present overview, and then I share my rationale and scoring. And then the next member in the same group adds any new information only. Do not repeat what has been said, or do not, if you agree with something, don't say it, just add any new information. And the next person, if you have any new information, you share that, and the last person share the new information, so that then the small group presentation is over, and then that opens up discussion question. And then, so in this small group, we also have application number 2. Now, member Martinez hypothetically presents she becomes the number 1 person, presents the overview and presents her score and rationale. And then member Odegaard presents any new information, and it goes on. So that's typically what happens.
Does each member say their score when they add the new information?
That's actually one thing we can discuss. That's up for discussion. That's typically what happens in a grant review, but we can discuss whether we'll do that or not here. All right, so that's one. And now let's go to member Odegaard and Martinez.
It'll be really quick. It was a procedural question. Is there any time needed for an appeal process by the people that put forward the applications that we need to take into consideration in our planning? Is there any extra time, like when they get their scores and we say things, is there an appeal process built into the statute or the state board's process? That was it. That's my only question. I just want to make sure, what are the real-time commitments?
That's a great question. So currently, there is no appeal process that has been built into the review process that was approved by the State Board of Education. So as far as you're concerned, your work could take you all the way up to December 31st statutorily. That is allowed, and appeals are also not considered in the statute as well.
But you did clarify that we had said in the timeline that the state board approved that by the end of November, we would have our approval list, correct?
Certainly. So there is the statute, which puts your statutory timeline at December 31st, and the state board can't disagree with that, right? Because the statute trumps all. But there is also, the statute gives the board the authority to determine the review process, and within the review process that the state board adopted is that November date. I just to be clear, I don't necessarily anticipate that the state board would have a big issue with making changes there. I just wanted to flag that I think it's a procedural thing to take into consideration.
Great, thank you. Member Martinez?
I was wondering, I guess I understand the rationale for thinking that in the September meeting that we wouldn't necessarily need the entire meeting to do the calibration of the subset of applications. But I do feel like it's unlikely then, at least for myself, speaking for myself, to then have reviewed the remaining applications and come ready for a conversation without it being targeted. And so I'd like to recommend that we focus on the calibration, and then maybe we skim through the rest of them and see if there's any like issues that we're like, I'm not quite sure how I would score this, that we would bring that, because I feel like that wouldn't foreclose then our ability to really calibrate in earnest on that September meeting and consider that, and then take that into consideration for scoring. So I'd like to suggest that we use then that second half of the meeting, really, that we come prepared with deep review of the calibrated applications and a skim of the other ones that were assigned with the eye towards, is there anything here I would just be, I'm not quite sure how I would score.
Thank you for the recommendation.
You're both coughing.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
So a question for the panel, just from what I'm hearing, and it sounds like it's something we need to, I guess, agree. I'm assuming we have to agree. It sounds like there is a high likelihood that we'll be using that December meeting to make some final discussions and final decisions. do we then want to make the recommendation that it's a procedural, from what Jessica said, to bring it back to the school board and say that we would be using the December meeting and that maybe the final decision will be then shared out in December instead of November? Jessica, does that need to be kind of agreed as, I guess it's a question for you. As a panel, do we need to agree to bring that forward to the board? State board?
Yeah, let me check in with some folks who have more knowledge of that than I do, and I'll make sure to respond before the end of the meeting today.
Okay, I don't know if we have to be in consensus for that, or is it?
Yeah, generally speaking, I'm just not sure if the state board can choose to take up items that it wishes to do so without, if the state board has the authority to make changes to the review process, regardless of whether the panel agrees that those changes should be made. It's possible that the board could choose to do so without needing the approval of the panel, if that makes sense.
Okay. But don't we need to agree to say we want it to be brought up to the State Board of Education?
You can certainly do that, but the state board does not have to consider that as part of its decision-making process. It can if it chooses to, but the board can choose to make those changes if it chooses to, regardless of where the panel sits on it.
Okay, I was just confused because you said it was, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding this. It's just, so I understood it that it's a procedural thing that statutory.
I guess what I'm trying to say is we don't need a vote today. I don't think we need a vote today from the panel in order to have the board decide to hear this topic.
Okay, got it.
An official vote, sorry. But I just need to check in on that to make sure that I'm correct in that.
I also just want to make sure we're all kind of on the same page and not, divided on this issue. So it's just kind of.
You can choose to take a vote. Sorry, I just meant to be clear. The two things are not necessarily reliant upon each other. So in order you can certainly choose to take a vote if you like to determine everyone's preference. I would note though that this has not been I don't think you can take a formal vote because we have not noticed this item as an action item for purposes of Bagley-Keene. So I think if you would like to kind of informally get folks' sense on where we think you would like to go, I think that's fine. We can't take a formal vote where there's a motion and a second and there's a formal action taken by the panel because this current item has not been identified as an action item. And then the board will not need a formal vote from you all on this topic in order to take this up, if that makes sense.
Yes, now it does. And I just want to make sure we're kind of agreeing versus maybe, I don't know, I just kind of.
You can certainly informally poll to make sure that the panel's on the same page.
Okay. And I can do that during lunch? Or does it have to be in front of everybody?
I think it needs to, any discussion of panel business needs to happen publicly.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, Member Wilson?
So on the tentative timeline of events, it says it is anticipated that we will have the screening instruments. So I think the timeline already indicates that we may need December. So I feel like we're okay. I don't feel like we're really changing anything. It's was written, I think it was intentionally written in a way that would allow us to use December if we absolutely had to.
So Ms. Holmes is going to clarify.
Yeah, so again, I apologize. I was not prepared. I had not spoken to the right folks prior to this meeting to be able to answer this question in real time. So that's why I said I need to go back and check with folks to see if what is necessary. I just wanted to flag for you that this may require a vote from the State Board of Education. So I'll let you know when I have an answer.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Any other? Okay. Anything from the notes takers? We're good? All right. I think I think that what we can do with this information, subject to what you're going to talk about next in the next study session that may impact this one again, which is perfectly possible. I think the timeline that panel member Wilson said, I think we can formalize that more clearly and bring it to the October meeting for another round of discussion and or maybe approval process for that piece. Because I think we got to that point of agreement. And through that conversation, we also addressed the idea that it seems like the panel is in favor of an elimination process as long as it's unanimous at the subgroup level. And then we addressed timeline concerns through that conversation. So I think we accomplished what we were hoping to in terms of our takeaways.
Member Wilson?
So our group did agree with the elimination process, unanimous at the subgroup level, plus Chair Kim.
Chair Kim, sorry.
That was I think you all wanted Chair Kim floating there too. So I think it was unanimous.
Thank you for that clarification. That's an important point. All right.
So as a process point, what we were going to do is break for lunch after this conversation and come back talk about study session 2, but we are ahead of schedule. And so I think what would make more sense is to do the presentation for the next study session. Let you digest that, no pun intended, during the lunch break, and then we'll come back and do study session 2 after that.
Literally.
He meant pun intended. All right. Okay. So study session 2, talking about evaluation and overall ratings and recommendation, AKA scoring that a lot of has come up in all these conversations. So as I showed earlier, this is a reminder of the rubric structure and the overview of the rubric structure, for which each panelist could make ratings of strong, moderate, and minimal for each for each of these statements. What I want to share next is in this next slide is basically some of you are pulling aside and asking this question in the study group session, a panelist rating sheet. So this is a very condensed version, obviously, to fit on one slide. But I think what we were talking about, and then bringing a more formal version of this to you at the next meeting, is you'll have a rating sheet such as something like this, where you could make marks, and obviously you'd have a lot more room to make panelist notes, right? So some sort of sheet that you have that could also make it easy for at the meeting level to then start sharing with each other, so that we don't have to, you could just be more efficient with that process. So I wanted to share that. I probably should have shared this with you in the first presentation as well, but yes, we are thinking of having that for you. And I think we maybe have shared a similar version of it in previous meetings as well. So you'll have that to help you and walk through the applications and make your notes independently, of course. And then they obviously would not be able to be shared with other panel members until you get to actual meetings. So then one more proposal to consider in terms of an option for determining an overall rating and or recommendation, whatever phrasing terminology we want to eventually use. So I'm going to put this forth to you, but this is where you're going to, both the rating sheet, that process, and this kind of idea of how to determine final ratings is what we're going to focus the second study session on. We have some discussion questions for you. But the process that's being proposed here is just assigning a final recommendation. So each panelist, and this is more in the step 4, step 5, the previous step 4, step 5, maybe now step 5, step 6 process of the whole group discussion now. Each panelist assigns a final recommendation, either, for example, a recommend, do not recommend, based on the holistic review of their rubric ratings and all of the discussion that happened leading up to that point. And then applications for instruments that receive recommend from a majority of the panelists are approved and go on to the final recommendation list. So that's the proposed option. What we're going to want to hear from you in your study sessions, or want you to discuss in the study sessions and then hear back from you in the share out, is what are the strengths and challenges of that proposed option for determining an overall rating or final recommendation? And then also in this, we revisited this before, but getting back at that elimination process steps, formerly known as triage, which ratings or patterns of ratings would lead the panel to not recommend that instrument? By that we mean what would kind of constitute that elimination piece. So you're kind of talking about two things here. One is this proposed option for overall, but also through that process, we're trying to find the right way to say this, but through that process, where is the minimum requirements essentially that would maybe prevent an application from moving on in the process? So those are the two guiding questions we have for you in the study session. Still ahead of schedule, so I don't know whether, probably now is probably a good time for lunch, and maybe you can, literally digest these questions. But I do want to ask offer clarifying questions before we jump into the study session piece.
Member Grablin?
Just to clarify for this kind of second guiding question, that it's really two different prongs in terms of we need to determine what would cause an instrument to be triaged, aka eliminated in that kind of first process, as well as then what is the minimum kind of bar for that recommendation and not recommendation.
Correct. That's a good way to summarize that. Thank you. Yep. So and also just to kind of, I know we're debating how to propose these two to discuss, but we felt these went together, and I think you summarized it nicely. But if you recall, I don't know if it was last meeting or May meeting, we definitely had minimum requirements, and we had conversations. There were some preliminary ideas shared during that. So this is the time now. We said, we're going to review that. We're going to come back to it, and this is the meeting that we want to do that. We felt it fit nicely in this part of it now, because you've talked about the logistics of the steps, and now there's something tangible to kind of talk about. So we anticipate lively discussion in this, and then and multiple ideas. So these are all proposed for you to have a similar discussion that we just had in study session 1.
Member Ryan?
Maybe my thinking is colored by my previous experiences in scoring with rubrics, but I would like to have a little bit more information in terms of when we do the calibration, how are we establishing reliability?
So I don't think we're going to take formal measure of reliability or establishing, the whole point of doing calibration is establishing consistency across the members in the way they approach and interpret the rubric, right? So I think through the discussion, is really establishing that, to establish that we're on the same page. Is that your question? We're not going to establish that we need, have a formal measure, for example.
So we are going to determine what are some of the characteristics that will identify a particular element in the rubric as strong versus moderate versus weak.
Right. So we have strong, moderate, and we're going to look at each evidence statement at each point, and then we're going to talk about, so say, for the rationale was very similar, but then one gave a strong versus another person gave a moderate. Then what makes a difference between strong versus moderate, like the fine-grained differences? So I think we will hash those out.
Perfect. Thank you.
Member Martinez and Grasso next. Go ahead.
Yeah, I recall us having these conversations too about like minimum, what would be minimum for something to move forward. Are we going to be using our previous thinking from that? Or are we starting again from scratch?
That's a great question. I think we're gonna leave it open to the members, but I think bringing back the discussion will be helpful within the subgroup. That would be my personal observation and thought.
I would agree. I could summarize that we didn't really have very formalized like call out points that I could make a slide for you to say this is what you said before. I think the only one I can actually recall is that it was a discussion around, the reason why I pulled this sheet up is discussion around, is it acceptable to have a minimal rating in any of these evidence statements? And if so, that's kind of where I recall the two groups going a little bit, but we didn't have any formalized takeaways from those meetings to be able to summarize it for you. So I would say it's open for rediscussion. If that's a
Yeah,
word.
Member Grasso.
Yeah, I guess I probably should have brought this, but if we're going to be discussing that, would it be possible to get another copy of the actual rubric for the part 2 discussion? I don't know if other people would find that helpful as well, but I guess I kind of need to see those written out again.
What's that? Yeah, rubric or the submission, they're the same thing, kind of similar. So it's probably the rubric because it's more condensed in number of pages. Yeah, we can maybe do that at lunchtime. And if you have your laptop, it is available on the public website as well, so the public can see the same rubric as well. But yes, we can do that printing. Other clarifying questions? Gave you something good to think about while you're eating.
Think about, yeah, do not talk about.
Think about it. Yes, I did say think. Okay. So, and then again, those are the two questions we're gonna ask for you. But I think what we'll do is, Chair Kim is probably break for lunch and then come back to start the study session.
All right, thank you so much. So let's conclude that part, that part, and then have to think about it. Now I see it's 11:38 a.m. Let's break for an hour and return at 12:40 p.m. Sounds good? All right. Yes, 2 minutes to digest, extra 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, all panel members are now back, and I call the meeting back to order at 12:46 p.m. Now we'll turn back again to Mr. Brunetti and Mr. Diaz to continue with part 2 of item 4. Mr. Brunetti and Mr. Diaz, please continue your facilitation.
Thank you. Hi again, everybody. Hope you enjoyed lunch. I'm going to quickly just review the last few slides that we looked at and then hand it over to Vic to walk you into the study session. But just as a reminder, in this study session, these are the two discussion questions that we're going to focus on. But just to jog your memory a bit, the proposed panelist rating sheets that we're talking about would look something like this when they become an actual document that you'll probably see at an August meeting. But they're how you could take notes and rate each individual evidence statement. We also had, per panelist Grasso's recommendation, we printed out some rubrics. The copies are on the table for you in the study session, so if you need to review those. And for members of the public, they're also available on the websites. The proposed option for determining an overall recommendation, really small two-step process that each panelist would, after all the proceedings that we talked about in the previous study session, each panelist would assign a final recommendation, recommend or do not recommend, and then applications for which there's a majority of recommend would be approved. So those are the two things, and again, the two questions that we're going to ask you to discuss and the two topics that we're going to discuss. And I'm going to hand it over to Vic to walk you through the study session process.
Yes, thank you so much. In terms of the study session process, we'll do it the same way. We want to maximize, again, transparency for the public. So as a reminder, these conversations are open to the public. We'll continue to live stream. In your group, choose a reporter. If you'd like to send somebody new, that would be perfectly fine. If it's the same one, that's okay too. Keep those written notes for yourselves. We will not collect them. And all feedback related to the agenda item and responses to discussion questions must be shared via the oral report. We'll get into the same groups that we were in last time. Might as well just keep the same tables as well. We allotted 45 minutes for this discussion, and so it's about 10 of the hour. And so that would take us to about 1:35 or so. We'll monitor the discussion, and we'll adjust as needed if we need to. Any questions? Okay, Chair Kim, I think we're ready to move into the study session.
Sounds good. Let's go ahead.
go? Okay. All right, welcome back. For this whole group discussion, we're going to start with Group B first this time, and you can share out on both discussion questions, and we'll move over to Group A and then proceed to a whole group discussion similar to the last study session. So let's see, Group B, do you have your reporter ready to go? That's you. Hi.
Hi. So in our discussion, I'm just going to give you a breakdown of how we went through the process of talking about it, and you'll see the strengths and challenges that we discussed as they come out. So we kind of approached this from the idea of first we need to figure out what is the first phase of elimination or that triage model. So we came up with some recommendations for that automatic exclusion, that if a proposal had one minimum rating in Section 1 description battery and one minimum rating in Section 2 under psychometrics, with the exception of 1A1 and 2D2, they would be automatically excluded. Now, in addition to that, we also decided that they could receive no more than 4 minimum ratings overall in order to move forward in the process. So that if they had more than 4 minimum ratings, they would also be excluded. That was our rationale, in that was that Section 1 and Section 2 are highly important, and that 1A1 is the part around theoretical frameworks, and we thought perhaps if there's minimal rating there, it might be because they don't have the documentation included, or that their theoretical framework maybe came from another situation where we could continue to discuss when they move into the next phase. The same with 2D2 under psychometrics, under the reliability, because it mentions a variety of subgroups. We thought perhaps if they only studied English-only speaking students and English learners, that might be the only reliability they have, but the assessment could still be valuable to consider as we move into phase 2. So after we continued that discussion, we went to the idea of recommend versus not recommend. And for us, it was thinking through this idea of what would be something that would lead us to recommend versus not. And in looking at the ratings, we went section by section, and we came up with sort of a percentage type situation where in description of battery, we wanted to have at least 4 out of the 7 ratings be strong, and then there could only be at least only 1 minimum in the other 3, because that would be sorry, I'm trying to find my notes here, because that would be the one we just discussed that could receive a minimum qualification. And then in Section 2 on psychometrics, we came up with a 5-to-8 ratio of strong over the other 2 categories, with only 1 minimum being allowed. And then under communications and resources, we felt that they had to have at least 2 strong ratings and a 2-to-5 ratio. Now, under communications and resources, it's possible that they could get a few more minimal ratings just based on the fact that they could have like at least 2 would be the minimum. And we were thinking about that because under communications and resources, that's where they're talking about professional development, communications to families. Some of those items might still be in development when we're reviewing the proposals, or maybe they're not fully fleshed out. So we didn't want to exclude people because of additional resources beyond the assessment. And that was sort of where we fell in terms of that idea of those recommendations. So thank you.
And subgroup A.
So I'll start with a couple of questions that we had in terms, well, I'll start with our strengths, that we appreciate the simplicity of the final vote being the recommended versus not recommended, and think that that allows for some flexibility for us as panelists to, depending on the surveys and the number of screening tools and their quality that we get. Some questions that we have in terms of voting on a majority, what does that actually mean? Are we thinking about a simple majority or a super majority? If we're discussing a simple majority, what does that mean if we have an even number because one of the panelists needed to be recused? And if we're thinking about a super majority, how exactly is that defined? Is that 2/3? Is that 3/4? And if we're thinking of a supermajority, is that you need a supermajority to make it on the recommended list, or you assume that you're recommended unless a supermajority recommends that you are, or votes that you are not recommended? We also have some questions in terms of what does this voting and final recommendation look like in terms of logistics? How are we maintaining our privacy and confidentiality on how we are voting for that? We had much stricter criteria in terms of that kind of initial elimination process where we are expecting almost no minimals across the rubric, with possible exceptions being in section 3. So that would be 3E, Roman numeral 2, section 3F, Roman numeral 1 or I, and 3F2. So if those were minimal, we could note that, but wouldn't necessarily disqualify the screening measure, but a minimal rating in essentially any other of the sections. And again, assuming that we have a unanimous vote within the subgroup as well as a minimal recommendation by Chair Kim also, that would be sufficient to eliminate that screening measure. In terms of our final votes for recommending and not recommending, we were proposing a little bit more flexibility rather than having like a set number of strong criteria and things of that nature, so that we can react again based on the screening measures that are submitted. And where our line of thinking for that is if we have 20 really strong measures and one that's kind of barely squeaking by in terms of a set criteria, do we really want to consider that one that barely squeaked by as kind of the same number if we really have an adequate number of other screening measures? And on the other hand, if we only have really 1 or 2 quality screening measures, but here's another option that might be a more economical choice. And, we just kind of wanted a little bit of flexibility to think about a number of factors along the same lines. If we had a rather moderate assessment, but that was our only selection for a particular language, then maybe that would be a better option than disqualifying that screening measure and having the kind of more qualitative home language surveys. So that was kind of our line of thinking for that final recommended, not recommended vote, not necessarily having hard and fast rules in terms of the screening measures.
Okay, so I think similar to what we did in last study session, I think reactions to each other's share outs, I think that would be, I see hands going up.
All right, Member Nissen.
One thing I just want to consider, and this is something we were sort of thinking about and talking about in our group, is just the idea of how much we would be limiting assessments to go onto a list, because it's this thinking around, yes, we want a quality assessment, and if we're too restrictive, does that eliminate too many possible options for schools and districts to choose from?
without knowing who the applicants are or anything like that, I just think we want to not be lenient necessarily, but perhaps not be so restrictive as to knock out every possible candidate for that piece. So,
Thank you. Member Gravelin?
And that was kind of our thinking point of why we didn't necessarily want a minimum number of strong criterias.
One other piece that I noticed in terms of the differences between these two groups was a triage criteria. We actually, in our group, we thought that we will keep the same triage criteria as with the recommendation. So the triage point will just happen earlier, so that it doesn't go through the full discussion instead of having different criteria. That was our discussion. Just pointing it out. Any other thoughts or comments or reactions? All right, now Member Odegaard and Martinez.
So if we think about what Group A said, then that means that because of their strict criteria at the triage exclusion, there would be 0 approved that had any area of minimal, except for the exceptions, right?
It's 3.
Except for those 3 exceptions. So it's a really strict barrier just to get past it. I just wanted to point that out, just so that you kind of had that aha. That's what I thought I heard you just say there. Yeah.
Member Martinez and Wilson.
Yeah, I thought we had also talked about potentially revisiting that criteria once we made the first pass, and if it was deemed that we should reconsider that we could at that point. But I don't know that we talked about that or.
So I think before, in not today's meeting, but in previous meetings, we did discuss that this conversation, today is just information only, right? There's no voting, so we're not gonna be locked in on anything that we discussed today. But the piece that we discussed before was, we have some general understanding, but when we do calibration, we see how it works. And then we can, if needed, as an option, we can revisit whether what we discussed and had general understanding, how that works. And if there's need to further discuss, we could have a further discussion. Member Martinez? Oh, no, Wilson. Oh, Wilson, okay.
Yes, I wasn't capturing. It sounded like your group had some areas that your group thought minimum would be acceptable. I'm just wondering if you could repeat those so I could write them down so I can look at them.
sure. It was 1A1 under description of assessment battery, the theoretical frameworks. Section 2D2 under psychometrics, which is the area under reliability, because we felt that there could be, maybe they only did the reliability study on one subgroup or something of that effect. And then we said that they could potentially get minimal ratings under communication and resources, but that the total number of minimal ratings couldn't exceed 4.
Would you mind repeating the last part? Total number of
Minimal ratings couldn't exceed 4.
not exceed 4.
So 1A, Roman numeral 1, theoretical frameworks. 2E, Roman numeral 2. Oh, D.
2D2 under reliability.
So
And actually, that one was a question we wanted to bring for discussion with the whole group. Thank you, Tim.
okay, so I'll reread that one, but then I would say the one of them in the communication section that because we started to, I looked back on my previous notes from both groups for when we had this initial conversation. 3, page 15, 3E, Roman numeral 3, which is in the communication section, is in about safeguards to protect students' privacy and confidentiality. That's why we were like, well, I don't know if we can really say minimal's okay in that category. So we just didn't think that we could do that. So that.
Member Martinez.
I like the option of providing us a little more maybe flexibility in deciding that in sections 1 and section 2 we would have like one allowable category. And we didn't look deeply at them, so, I mean, I will lean on members of our panel that have depth in the psychometrics area to say which one it would be a harder bar. And then I agree on the theoretical framework too. Sometimes that's a result of just a good writer and not a good writer. And so I have no problem with us saying, at least to make it past the first bar, that we don't have that be a moderate.
Wait, so I'm sorry, just to make sure I understood, it has to be at least moderate?
No, I would agree that we could have
Minimum in that?
in each of those sections, and I would agree with the section 1 of the recommendation for Group B, and I would lean on the members here who have depth in psychometrics to recommend what one area in section 2 they think it would be acceptable to be at the minimum level and still move on.
Thank you for clarifying this. I actually would disagree with you about section 1A1. So my thinking, and this is how I operate, assessment should be really based on theory and empirical evidence. And being able to elaborate that is not simply a matter of writing skill. It really goes back to whether they know what they're doing or not. So to me, that's a really important part, and I would not allow minimum. So there's an application that just have, some measures, but there's no strong theoretical grounding or empirical grounding, and they really have a very poor description of it. I would not have a lot of trust in that. So to me, personally, that section 1A1 is also very critical, should meet at least moderate, to me, evidence. Member Newsom.
I think one of the conversations we had about that was the fact that there is what you just described about theoretical rationale and empirical evidence is under 1A2.
Oh.
So for me, as long as 1A2 has that moderate evidence, then I felt like we could potentially accept a minimal evidence in terms of that first pass and not automatic exclusion. So, because under 1A2, under moderate evidence, it says content specifications, including the tasks and response modes for each task, are reasonably supported by theoretical rationale and empirical evidence demonstrating their appropriateness for identifying risk of reading difficulty. So for us, it was just that we didn't want them automatically excluded if they had the minimal under that very first section, but that we could still consider it moving forward into the next phase. It wouldn't be an automatic exclusion because they could show evidence still there. Because I almost think these two could be taken together, right? But I don't know. And just that was our rationale or thinking around that, is that it was already appearing in other parts of the rubric.
So, rubric 1A1 is theoretical frameworks and evidence, and including developmental appropriateness at each grade level. And 1A2 is constructs directly measured at each grade level should be listed and described. This may include, but are not limited, and the list goes on. So it's a content specification, and that's reasonably or well supported. So for example, if you think about phonological awareness, I'm thinking about for different grade levels, right? You think about different tasks, right? And thinking about different, different grain sizes such as syllable, onset rhyme, and phonemes. And then we think about different tasks, right? Blending, segmenting, relational, things like that. But so for me, content specification of that level of information is important. And so if they, have, very poor specification of each phonological awareness, decoding, letter knowledge, and those things, to me, that's a red flag. So that's kind of where I am. That's, I think, so 1 and 2 are different in that regard. Yes, Vice Chair Guerrero?
Okay, so I guess we're talking about also different levels. I mean, because when, for us, it's like 1A1. It does, to me, one of the discussions we had in my group was that it's not necessarily a deal breaker. I mean, because the way you guys are being, your group was a little bit more, it was stricter in that sense, because you are not accepting any minimum, but we also, especially in the first stage, I guess at least I think of it as stages. We have, elimination in stage 1, elimination in stage 2, elimination in stage 3, but to not eliminate if they do have a minimum score in certain categories that we deem not to be totally important, but it's not a deal breaker at that stage 1 level. And then obviously when we go to stage 2, as we start, having less applications to look at and start, deciding which ones meet the criteria better, then, I feel that then we would get stricter and stricter. But I think, because we'd still use the same tool, but we would look at it with a different lens at that point. If they made it around 3, then I'm going to be stricter with the minimum. But I think,
What do you mean by level 1? Like round?
well, in my head, the way, yeah, round 1, round 2, round 3, that's what I think about, because we're going to see, we're calibrating, and that's, all of us are looking at the same 3 applications. Then we're going to do our independent, that's going to count that as round 1. And then I come back to my subgroup, and we do a consensus of what we are going to move forward with or not, what are we going to eliminate as a subgroup. So to me, still like round 1 or 1.5, if you really want to think about it. It's just my way of explaining it to myself. And then we have the ones we eliminate, we bring it, and then we're going to have a second round of looking at the applications we have left that we haven't eliminated. And to me, it's like we do another conversation and coming to another consensus. And then after that, there could be another round 3 to have the same conversation with the application that we have left. That's how I understand it in my mind. It could be completely doesn't match anybody else's mind, but I still think that in round 1, we should have some flexibility, so we limit the number of applications we're going to eliminate.
I think one of the things, maybe I am not getting your point, but just to make it clear that the discussion we're having is what makes it like a recommend and not recommend, right? So
wouldn't there be different levels of recommendation? Because you're gonna,
no, we are thinking about whether to make it to the recommend list and not. So what is that? Right.
but then,
Not differentiation among.
but don't we then rank them when they make them to the list? Because if there's recommend and not recommend, but wouldn't,
That's not. We can talk about it, but the current discussion is what makes it or not. That's that binary dichotomous decision making part.
okay, still on that same, sorry, you guys, I know I see your hands, but the way we're seeing it, or I guess the way we discuss it in our group, and Jessica can jump in at any point, is just, we said, okay, so if we're dividing between recommend and not recommend, we would still, why cut off an instrument only because they had a minimum in 1A1 or a minimum in 2D2? Because you guys are saying nothing is minimum.
Except for the section 3, several.
So if I'm understanding this, so when we recommend something, that's it? We don't have any further discussion?
So that one is related to our next discussion, I think, information sheet, what can be included in that, maybe the place where we can add some information. But the current discussion is whether, what is the minimum part, the kind of a criterion that whether they make it or not, and what's required for that. So I'm gonna recognize Member Neeson. Was there any other hands? I thought so. Member Wilson as
I
well.
want to interject just for a second
Yes,
because we
please.
introduced some new terms, and I want to
Okay, yes.
I want to kind of bring like I was following you, panelist Guerrero, I think, and I think in your rounds because we just had a study session about the process, right? And I think there's two things that are happening here. There's one in the sense of at that sort of step 3 that we talked about earlier, where you're at a subgroup and you are deciding whether it meets a minimum criteria to move forward to the whole group discussion. That's, I don't know what round that is in your head, panelist Guerrero, but I think it's in your process. That might be the round 1 part you're talking about, right? And so that's that's that step. We're talking about both of those here, though, as I want to just clarify that for everybody too. So we want to know that, but then towards the end, the final step, which is, so you have your subgroup, some potentially have been eliminated. We need to know you all need to know the criteria for how that gets eliminated or triaged. And then you have a whole group discussion, and now there's a final recommendation step of whether to recommend or not recommend is the proposal that's being discussed to make it to the final list of screeners. That's just to clarify the language. I don't know if that's helping to clarify the language, the final approved list. That's the intention of there. I'm not sure if that clarifies it. And I think I just want to reiterate what I'm hearing so far is we're naming specific evidence statements in the rubric, particularly 2D2 reliability so far, and 3E2, 3F1, and 3F2, and there's a question mark around 1A1 in discussion. Those are the ones where I think you are all saying you are accepting a minimal rating, not if you have to have a certain one, right? So really, that to me implies all the other ones need to be moderate and strong. Those are the only ones that are acceptable to have that. So the question on the table is if there is a minimum in any of those other ones, with the exception of the group having, I think, the 4 out of 5 or whatever. So anyway, I hope that clarifies. I'm just reiterating what you're talking about already, and hopefully level setting on where we're going with that.
That was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry for introducing new terminology, guys. It's how I'm aligning it in my head.
Thank you. So Member Neeson and Wilson.
So thank you, Matt. That was sort of some of what I was going to share as well, is the fact that we're thinking about, that minimum qualification to really move on to whether we recommend or not recommend. And my concern is I've done RFP processes at the district level in the past, several of them. And when the minimum qualifications are too stringent, it knocks out way more contenders than we originally intended, which means that our list of approved things may or may not include valuable tools for schools and districts. So not to say that I want to expand the minimum qualifications or let other things pass through. I think we were just trying to think from a lens of how can we identify the best quality assessments and also not automatically exclude someone without discussion. So I think that was kind of the thinking behind some of those pieces. And I agree that I know you mentioned that you don't necessarily have to have a certain ratio of strong to moderate, but I think when we're looking at the recommend versus not recommend, well then what is that criteria to get that quality assessment piece that we want, and how do we sort of broaden the acceptance to a place where we have good, reliable assessments based on grounded theoretical frameworks, and not exclude someone for a poorly written proposal, right?
I think we should, poor writing should be, poor writing is an important part. When you express some things, when you know something, right, it can be expressed poorly, but also when you don't know something, you can try to make it up with writing, but you cannot really if you don't have the background in it, right? So I think one of the things, I think we have to distinguish poor writing from the lack of essence that we're looking for. Right. So Member Wilson, and then we'll go to Member Odegaard.
Okay, so a couple points. I would like to agree with Member Martinez on the 2D Roman numeral 2. I totally defer to the idea that that could be minimal because I am not in the weeds enough in that to really know. So that one I'm good with. I also, on 1A Roman numeral 1, the theoretical piece, I do feel like they should be able to say what's their framework for what they picked. And I want to say that I'm hearing you say that you're concerned that the criteria, the minimal is too stringent. The only way it would be recommended for exemption or triage is if the entire subgroup voted that it was minimal and Chair Kim. So I want to say, like, because we had the same discussion, like, we don't want to preemptively get rid of a bunch of them, but the only way one would be exempted is it would be unanimous that the subgroup that looked at it said that is minimal. Chair Kim said that is minimal. This group recommends it's exempted. Then there would still be the opportunity during that next period when the other group is looking at it to say, no, I looked at it and I think it's good. I want to still vote on it. So that would be the only way that it was totally out. And so I guess that I felt like that seemed reasonable because if let's say I voted it was minimal in my subgroup, but two people in my subgroup marked it as moderate, it would still come forth to the whole group. So I do want to say that because I agree, we don't want to preemptively eliminate too many things, but it would have to, it would have to be more than just poor writing. If 4 people plus Chair Kim said, yeah, it doesn't meet the requirements.
Thank you. So, Grasso, did you raise your hand? Okay, so we'll go to Odegaard first and then Grasso.
Yeah, the poor writing keeps coming up, and I think it's from those of us who have reviewed at either states or district level. I just got finished earlier in the week doing a set of these for interventions for a province in Canada, and having worked at a publishing company, it's resource allocation. So one of the things that I'm hearing, if we communicated the decision rules and that there were these strict things about minimum requirements, they're going to put the people and have the communications to actually develop these appropriately. Because I think that those of us who have read these proposals from publishers know that they often, especially when it comes to the theoretical framework, don't have the domain experts communicating with the writers, and so it does come across as poorly written. To panelist Martinez's point, that's why I think that we keep saying this, those of us who have read these RFPs responses over the years. So maybe a benefit of being really stringent and saying, look, a minimum here means that they've got to take it seriously, and it's communicated this is the decision rule, and they actually put the team together that can craft these. Because we also shared that when we read these, they're often boilerplates, cut and pasted from previous proposals for a different state, meaning that they're doing this that way. And I'm not going to say anything more because it's a public meeting, and I probably have gone already too far. So I'm going to yield the floor again.
Thank you. Member Grasso, and I'll get to Member Martinez.
Yeah, I think, and this is kind of like a question also. So I think specifically on this 1A, 1AI or 1A1, I guess why I would lean towards accepting minimal is because we can accept minimal for that and we can still not recommend it. Is that correct? Meaning, like, if we say, okay, we're not going to make it a deal breaker, we can accept minimal, but then as an individual panelist, I can still say, I'm not recommending this, correct? Yes? So that's why I would lean towards that. That way we're not automatically excluding, because it seems to be a lot of different opinions based on writing quality and content. So I would lean towards accepting minimal evidence for that one, not making it a deal breaker, but then remembering you always have the ability to mark it as not recommended.
Thank you. Martinez. Member Martinez.
I wonder if it behooves us to talk about the different decision points separately, to be really explicit about what's the criteria at each point, because I keep getting lost too. And so I want to just maybe reiterate where I think we're at for the elimination phase. So we do our first review in the subgroups of all of the assigned applications, and then we come together as the subgroup and we deliberate, and then we are deciding, and then there is consensus amongst the subgroup that an application has is in the minimal criteria in one of our deal breakers, which we haven't decided yet, right? So it's in the minimal one, and there's consensus across us all that we all agree at that criteria that it's minimal. And so at that point, our recommendation of the subgroup to the larger group is we're going to eliminate it. And then it will go for conversation amongst the large group, and the large group, the other folks will not have done the deep dive. So they will have done a skim of it at that point. Let's say that they're ready to make a decision, or it's even the next meeting, but at the next meeting, they come back, and is it then we're asking everyone to, I guess this is a point I didn't know that we clarified, that everyone needs to consent, like the entire panel is, like they're in agreement that this criteria isn't met, and it is a criteria we all agree has to be met at the moderate level, then that application is eliminated from further review. Are we in agreement? No.
That's not my understanding.
That wasn't how I understood. Maybe I put that on. Maybe I don't know who would clarify that.
So I guess I wonder then, to facilitators, based on what you heard, right, where do you think we are in terms of that, just the process?
As I was translating the conversation, it was close to what panelist Martinez said, with the exception of because you were talking about this, what we called step 3 elimination phase, triage phase, that what we talked about in the previous session was if the entire subgroup came to consensus and Chair Kim, that's where it goes off. No more full group discussion. That's the only, but everything else you said, I think, was accurate to my understanding.
All right, member Neeson and Wilson.
I think in our group, we understood the term consensus not to be unanimous. I think there's a difference between those two terms.
Okay,
We heard the term consensus, that we needed to come to an agreement, but that it didn't have to be unanimous.
for the triage, in our group, I forget now whether we did or as a whole group, but in the regarding triage in our group, we talked about unanimous agreement for that among the 4 members plus myself.
Yeah, and that in the previous conversation this morning, that is what, for triage, only for exemption, unanimous plus Chair Kim is what our team reported to the group. And I thought maybe I didn't take notes on what your group said.
That is, and you were right to call out the difference between consensus.
But only for exemption.
Only for elimination.
Elimination, exemption, triage. I can't get the term right. All right. Yes. And I just want to say what Member Grasso said around 1A, Roman numeral 1, the theoretical framework. Like, again, I think that's a good point, and I could live with that if the rest of the group could, that it be minimal, because we still have the holistic recommend or not recommend. So if those 2 categories that Group B thinks can be minimal, I can live with that, especially given what you said. That's a good reminder.
Member Grasso.
So just to clarify, at the small group review stage, there's 2 ways to eliminate an item completely. It would be either everyone in this small group marks an item that we consider like a quote-unquote deal breaker that we haven't decided yet. Everybody in the small group marks that minimal, so it's eliminated. We're not bringing it for whole group discussion. That's one way. Is that right?
Yes, plus Chair. Agree.
Oh, yeah, yes, plus Chair Kim.
Uh-huh.
And then the second way would be everyone in the small group comes to a final recommendation of do not recommend. So if Okay, so if that happens,
That will have to, so whatever is discussed after triage or elimination, everyone will look and discuss it. So after the small group discussion, it will have to be brought forth to the whole group discussion.
so if even if everyone in the whole group recommends do not recommend, we're still going to bring it to the whole. Okay, so that's where. So now I understand what Member Martinez was saying. Okay, good. Thank you.
All right, Member Martinez.
Okay, so I do have a clarification, then it's the point then that I guess I misunderstood about the elimination phase. So the group that did not review is going to cede the responsibility of the elimination phase completely to the other group, and they have no opportunity, I guess, to challenge that. That's my question. Like we're not going to be doing a deep review, but we're responsible for at least doing a skim to see, so we can participate in a discussion. And so are we just going to rely on half the panel to make the non-review of the entire panel decision?
So that came up in our small group. I share the process in the federal grant where when something's triaged by a small group and there's another member who read that and then petition that to bring it back, that gets discussed as a whole group. So there's that process. It's an option we can think about and discuss if there's an interest. Member Wilson?
I remember you sharing that, Chair Kim, and I thought that was a really nice process. Is that so after the subgroup comes back to the whole group and says, our subgroup recommends, what's the word, elimination? I think I called it exemption, or I'm confused. But anyway, we recommend elimination. The other group could challenge that and say, oh, no, I skimmed this. I think we should all discuss it. So I like having that in place because it's a safeguard. If, for some reason somebody has strong feelings about it. So I do like having that safeguard in place because it's a check and balance. So I think that's a good, I would opt for that.
I think, and I also, my assumption would be that that's not too many applications being eliminated at that phase too. So that's hopefully somewhat reassuring. It's really just meant to you kind of know it's not a time efficiency kind of thing. So there is one thing, because there was a question that came up about majority, and I want to, there are some statutory that are related things that Jessica will share with you regarding that, since you asked that question. So I want to yield the mic to her.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica Holmes, State Board of Education. And just a couple things that I wanted to clarify. So the specific statutory language around what the panel is required to do specifically calls out that the panel is required to approve. So in terms of the specific action that's required, it's intended to be a positive action. So I just want to put that out there because the final vote that you take in December will be a vote to approve. So you don't have to vote officially to eliminate anything. You have to vote on what you want to add to the list. So I think that's an important sort of nuance. So really, I think of it less of it as an elimination and more of a no, do not move on, no further consideration, right? So the other thing that I wanted to point out was you do have bylaws that were approved by the State Board of Education back in January. That do define what it means for the panel to officially approve something. So each panel member, this is coming from Section 4C of our bylaws. So each panel member has one vote. Actions by the panel have to be taken by a majority vote of the membership present during a regularly scheduled meeting. So a majority vote of the membership present means however many of you are present, the majority has to come from there. And then you can only take action when a quorum of total membership is present at a regularly scheduled meeting. So I think in terms of when you're thinking about numbers, and I think to your question, Member Gravelin, about, what happens when if we have 8 people, for some people are conflicted out, or, so it really is how many people are, even if someone's conflicted out, if they are present at the meeting, you have to have a majority of, so let's say, for example, you have 9 people, as you have in place. You have 2 people conflicted out, but 9 people are present. And by the way, can get confusing because the two people who are conflicted out have to leave the room for the discussion. So that's something we'll talk about a little bit more when we get a little bit closer. That still means that you have to have 5 people vote to approve whatever it is that you're talking, the application that you're talking about. So, because that is the majority of the members present. So to the extent we end up in a situation where like we have some mathematical impossibilities, we'll definitely cross that bridge when we come to it. But I did want to just put that out there. If you read the bylaw language very carefully, and like I said, it's under, for anyone who's interested, it's under section 4C of our bylaws. That is what they say.
Thank you. Question by, I guess, Member Martinez?
Thank you, Jessica. That was very helpful. And I guess my question is, that defines like a majority for our voting purposes in terms of the bylaws, but we have a recommendation, right, around how we want to approve the list. And it's not that we have to go with a majority. We can choose a different option.
So everything that I just described is related to formal actions taken by the panel. If you are taking actions within the panel without, it's not a final decision of whether or not an application makes it to the list or not, you can choose how you want to break that up. But when it comes down to it, you are each in charge of your own individual vote for the final decision related to what's going to make it onto that list. And those are the rules you have to follow for that vote. Anything in between now and that final vote is really up to what the panel wants to do. But you whether you've read an application or not, at the end of the day, you will have to cast a vote if you're not conflicted out for whether or not something makes it onto the list. Please clarify if I haven't.
So I understand that we're responsible for our own vote, but I guess I'm still confused about I'm looking at the slide. It says proposed option for determining an overall rating / recommendation. And it's for the assigning a final recommendation. And the proposal is that each panelist assigns a final recommendation, approve, recommend, do not recommend. And then applications for instruments that receive recommend from a majority of the panelists are approved. But it says proposed option. So my question is, I understand the statute, the bylaws around our voting and that, but this to me this isn't a proposal then. It is that we will. So that's why I'm confused.
I'm going to turn it back over to Matt, but I believe in this particular case, because today we are only talking about what we plan to do and not actually taking a vote, that's why everything today is proposed, but that the vote would happen in August on the final proposal. But Matt, I don't know if that's correct.
I think this is where we're trying to take this in phases, and I think there's a few things. I think what Ms. Holmes was talking about is when it's all said and done, every one of you will have a vote. Whether that's voting on, here's our list that we created through this process that we're talking about today, and we're going to vote yay or nay on that list, or are we going to vote yay or nay? Like there's layers to this, right? So does that help clarify?
It does, because it does then to me read, then this is a proposal that we have the, I guess what I'm just trying to figure out is what do we have what is an option for us versus what is already decided? And it sounds like the final vote on the panel's recommendation, we could vote on a list that has already gone through a vetting process where we already had a different type of voting. And we decide that we want a supermajority on it. And we can decide we want unanimous. But that when it comes to it would be weird then that you would have a unanimous, and then we have, but in any case, but that there could be differentiation between what our final vote as a panel member is on the recommended list.
My understanding, unless.
So, in general, I think what we're trying to do here, this process is by the time we get to that final vote, we want to have a pretty good sense of where we have consensus and where we don't. So this process that we're talking about now is how do we get to that point? Technically, you guys could go through each individual application one by one and take an individual vote on whether it should be included one by one. But I think we all agree that that would A, be tedious, and B, probably not provide the best overall discussion and consideration of the applications as a whole. So what this process is that you're talking about today is how do we reach consensus on this set of applications as a whole before we get to that final vote, with the understanding that hopefully if we all agree on this process, by the time we get to the final vote, it should be very clear what's going to be on the list and what's not. And we should all have, we should be able to know that it doesn't matter if a couple of people are conflicted out, it's still going to pass. Does that make sense?
It does. I think it doesn't answer, though, the question we're trying to answer too, which is what are we going to agree that is consensus, right, for us? It still is not answering this question about are we okay with the simple majority or and it's ultimately up to us. But I think we're grappling with that.
And I don't think we have to come to the vote and consent like already. I know we don't have to do that today, but that's why we're getting this process started today.
So
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So as a process check, we're a little over time right now. And we had a feeling this was going to be a part of the meeting where it would take a little while to get where we need to be. Where we want to be is that we understand what the strong preferences of the panel are so that we can now refine this and bring it back in the August meeting to make those determinations. So with that being said, we want to take a break. That will give Mr. Brunetti and me an opportunity to also synthesize what we've heard and bring it back to the panel before we close out this item, because we do have another item we do need to address today.
I have a question. I just want clarification for all of us. I don't know if you're as confused as I am. So you were saying these are proposed review processes that you're presenting to us. And the proposed process for step 3 in the slide is that this subgroup review where we are going to eliminate some of the proposals that are put to us. And according to the steps here, we are going to decide in the subgroup which applications will not be recommended to go any further, which means that when we go to step 4, those of you who were not in this subgroup will not look at this application. So that's clear, right?
For that elimination / triage / right. Whatever other phrase we want to come up.
I just wanted to make sure that we're all clear on that, because I sort of heard something like, oh, we'll have an opportunity to, and I wasn't.
Yeah, well, Chair Kim mentioned that if that didn't feel essentially right to another panel member, or any panel member really, that at one point in that process, they can propose to bring it back for discussion among the full panel.
So we potentially have that opportunity.
Yeah, it's your choice. So that's why these are all proposals.
Yeah,
we're bringing them for
what
you.
I'm trying to get at is, do we need to decide that now?
No, nope. I think we've got enough information to bring you a very formal documentation at the August meeting, and then we can revisit all of these again. And who knows how much your opinions will change between now and then. We'll see your retest reliability.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Guerrero.
One last thing, Matt and Victor, is as you type up, I guess, our thoughts and our notes, the question would be what, or maybe Dr. Dr. Kim can answer this, is what's the benefit of bringing back something that one subgroup is already eliminated?
So just to have a more thorough, I guess, consensus, right? So if it is worth, if someone, at least one person, kind of wants to have a discussion, I think it's a good for just process, fair process for the vendor. So that's the whole point.
Okay. But that's because we are bringing it up. It's not like a vendor will call in and do a
Right. No,
written
it's just
comment and say, hey.
Panelists bringing that up.
Okay,
Yep.
got it, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. So are we ready to open it up for the public comment? Or do you have any other?
No, we're going to do break first. We're going to do a brief summary of of the synopsis of what we heard in both study
Then
sessions.
we'll have a public comment. Okay, so let's take a break. So it's 2:41. We'll take 10-minute break. Be back at 2:51. Thank you. All right.
Okay. So what Victor and I quickly tried to do is to summarize a lot of the conversation today. So these aren't, I'll say they're not perfect, but they're the ideas, the general ideas that we have gotten down that we can then bring to prepare for next month's panel meeting in August. In this particular one, we're going to start with the application review process. I know it's a little small, but we deliberately left out the step numbers so we don't get in the weeds of that, but just really about the timeline and the ideas that you have shared forth. Really, it's based off panelist Wilson's timeline that she read out loud. So early September up to the September 20th RDRSSP meeting, the panelist assignments of applications with the focus on calibration, so 2 to 3 applications. The September 20th meeting, panel meeting, would be when we do calibration in subgroups and with the whole group panel. Then from September, day after that meeting, on to the next meeting of October 18th, there'd be an independent review, additional independent review of the assigned applications by each panel member, and possibly a brief review of all applications, depending on number of applications and where we are after September. The October 18th meeting, panel meeting, the subgroup discussions and rating process happens, including the identification. This is a wordy, but including identification of applications that are recommended not to move forward as determined by unanimous agreement in subgroups, that should be in the subgroups, and from Chair Kim, right? And then we put there, explore an option for revisiting any applications that do not move past triage elimination if we need to bring them back. So that little idea there. October 18th to November 18th is continued independent review of the applications with the ability to focus in more detail on certain aspects of applications that arose during previous discussions. And then the November 18th meeting would be the finals and final rating recommendations, that whole group discussions that we talked about. So that's generally what we talked about earlier this morning. Yes, panelist Wilson.
Member Wilson?
On the October 18th meeting, in addition to the subgroup discussions, one of at least our group's ideas was that that would be followed by whole group. So there would also be whole group discussion on that day, where of course it would be reported out just briefly what happened in the subgroup, but also some discussion, if time allows, of any of the tools. So we would start the discussion of tools on October 18th if time allows, so it's not all in November 18th. And it would also allow the other group to hear some of the initial thoughts of, like if I'm in one subgroup, the ones we discussed, the other group would hear some of our initial thoughts and vice versa, so that it could guide that October 18th through November 18th independent review.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
And I think in the September 20th meeting, after the calibration, I think we talked about something in the afternoon session, right? So something preliminary, can anyone, if you remember that?
Yeah, I there's something there too, like preliminary subgroup work, but I just didn't know how to describe it. This is definitive we're going to do, and then that one we can come up with what we'll likely do the afternoon of September 20th. We'll definitely use the time wisely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I suggested that because it will help us to come in like prepared for that meeting. So we'll be doing obviously the deep dive of the 3 that we're going to be calibrating on. But I suggested that we focus then just a brief review of the rest of the applications that were assigned to just flag any areas that we think it might be tough for us to score, like scoring questions.
As a subgroup.
As a subgroup, yeah, so that we're all going to review the 3 tools that are assigned for calibration. Then we'll also have the assignments for our subgroups, and just to do a quick review of those to see if there's any, like, you have questions about how would I score this.
Perfect.
Member Neeson?
I just have more of a curiosity question. Who is deciding who is placed into which subgroups? Is that the board?
That's a good one. Well, maybe that could be a next month agenda item. Yeah. We can maybe come like similar to what we always do, like a recommendation, and then you can adjust. But great, thanks. It's a great question. We talked about these subgroups all day. We never talked about how we make them. All right, and then I did the best. We had just a short break to kind of summarize what we just talked about in this last study session debrief, but essentially about the evaluation and overall ratings. The evidence statements that were identified as for which minimum evidence might be acceptable, also known as these are not the deal breakers, are the ones that are listed there: 2D2, reliability, 3E2, 3F1, 3F2, and possibly 1A1 to be discussed further. We also I think there was general agreement among the panelists around potential for a maximum number of minimum ratings. For example, I think the phrase that was used was at most 4 minimum ratings would be acceptable. I realize I missed the parentheses at the end. But again, this is not definitive, but there was some interest exposed in that, so something to potentially solidify during next month's meeting. Further discussion is needed to identify some of those deal breakers, both at the process of elimination/triage and overall. And then there was an appreciation for the simplicity for the final decisions to be recommend, do not recommend, but we still need further discussion at next month's meeting. It's hard to believe that we summarized all of that into 2 slides, but we did it. Okay, I think you want to wrap up.
That concludes our presentation for item 4. Thanks.
Let me repeat because my microphone was off. We'll open up the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are.
Thank you. I encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Fedra Bell. I'm here from the UCSF Dyslexia Center. We are curious about whether the panel will consider incorporating into the process an interview, should something be unclear in the written application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone else?
Yes, we have one more.
Hello, my name is Adan Luevno. I'm with the California Federation of Teachers. I appreciate all the work you have done. I've been following these meetings. There was a comment earlier that I just want some clarification on, in which one of the members was suggesting, or maybe I misunderstood it, that the votes would be taken in secret. And I just wanted to clarify that the votes will be made public.
Is that a
Yes.
question?
It's a question, yes.
What I heard, what I think I heard is individual members' vote will be will not be public, but the results will be summarized as public. That's what I heard? Is that correct? So that's my understanding. When Ms. Holmes is back, she just stepped out somewhere, she can confirm or disconfirm that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Is there anyone else waiting for public comment in person?
There is none, and there is no one on the phone.
Thank you. That was helpful. All right, so once Ms. Holmes comes back, we'll have the answer for that. I guess for now we'll conclude this information item. Again, when Ms. Holmes comes back, we can answer that question. Let's move on to item 5, where we'll be discussing the screener information template. So again, Mr. Brunetti and Mr. Diaz from Wested will be presenting and facilitating this item.
Hi again, Matt Brunetti from Wested. So the screener information template, formerly, or not formerly known, but colloquially known as the one-pager that we've talked about and addressed in the past, which is what we're going to be talking about in this session, item 5. So there is a legislative mandate and purpose for the screener information I'll just read from the slide here. The panel of experts shall also identify information about the appropriate administration of each screening instrument, including the appropriate grade or grades for administration of each screening instrument. The purpose of this is to help the LEAs and districts understand at a high level the offerings of each approved screening tool so that they can determine which option works best for the students of their district. These are just ideal characteristics. By no means this is not part of statute. This is just ideally what I think we've heard in past meetings and previous discussions, but that they are brief, no more than 1 to 2 pages, that they are accessible and use easily understandable language, and that they are comprehensive. It seems kind of ironic, brief but comprehensive, includes enough information for LEAs to make an informed decision. Some possible information to include on these are the identifying information of the organization and contact information for a person or persons at that organization, the grade level served, the cost of the instrument, the length of administration and/or scoring times, or both, the constructs that are included within the instrument or assessed with the instrument, training materials and how to access them, communication and resources from that part of our rubric, and a reminder that the approved cover sheet that went out with the invitation to submit does collect some of this information, and that's acknowledged, and it could be useful in helping to inform the information sheet, but as it currently exists, it's probably too long and need to be adjusted. So with that, we decided to find some samples from other states for you to look at. They're different contexts. They're not all exactly the California context, but we've got some examples from Massachusetts, Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio.
I'm sorry, could you give us a little context? This is the cover sheet that will go to the LEAs for things that are approved, or what cover sheet are we talking about?
Yes, thank you. So once you made your final list of approved instruments, right? Let's say, I won't put out a number, but let's say there are 10, just because 10 is an easy number. Each of those 10 approved instruments would have an information sheet that would be posted and available for LEAs. That's the information that we're talking about. Yep. Nope, that's okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Member Neeson?
Would it Are you talking about something similar to the sample documents that were in our packet?
I'm going there next.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yep. So we found 4 states that have similar guidance, similar, again, not exactly the same as California, but very similar in terms of identifying instruments used for screening, either for reading difficulties and/or dyslexia. And so on the slide these are all publicly available documents. We had no special permission or whatever to use these. We found these all on websites. So I'm going to click and navigate to them. But yes, you in your panel packet, we've pulled, some of them are multiple pages for which we've only printed one for one particular instrument because you didn't need to see. It's the same for all the instruments. It's just different instruments there. And then there is one that's a little bit more lengthy because they just took a different approach and have this sort of general information. So I'm going to walk through those, but that's going to be the focal point for your conversation in a study session around which elements would you like to see in California's, and these are just there to kind of give you some additional ideas possibly. So we'll see how this works about navigating away. Whoops, clicked the wrong one. So, I think this is visible on screens. Yep. So I navigated to, this is Massachusetts website. They have the website that talks about the early literacy screening guidance and various resources here. What we did and printed out for you is this link, Screening Assessments at a Glance Guide. Which is about halfway down this page, but you can see on their website, they have instruments listed there as well with some dynamic pieces where you can expand and contract and look at those. But what we printed for you as the screening information page is this at-a-glance guidance. It's a Word document that opens up and it lists 1 page per instrument that is on Massachusetts list with the information that they collect and talk about. So you have printed 1 page of this Word document for you to look at. I know you have these, but part of this walking through this is so the public is aware of where these documents are from. So that's Massachusetts. We also have one from Kentucky. And a lot of them bring you to the website, for which then there are links to these documents. And they have a chart available as well that kind of lists them all in succinct information in more of an Excel type spreadsheet. But again, what we've printed for you is the list of their instruments that they have, and we've picked 1 page of those to print out and show you that. Indiana link brings you to their page, mostly focused specifically on dyslexia, but the document that we printed out for you is the dyslexia programming guidance for schools, which is the top link on their page here. This one is a multiple page document, which is a slightly different approach, but it gives a lot of guiding information up front, and then as you get deeper into the document, you see the specific information around the specific instruments. The links within their table bring you to the actual vendor site. So that's just a little bit of a different approach, but we're trying to get a variety of options to show you. And then the final one is from Ohio. And Ohio uses screeners, but they also have a 3rd grade reading guarantee initiative in the state, which is a determination made by screeners whether students are on track or not on track for reading proficiency by grade 3, essentially, and they have a whole process that needs to go in place if they are not on track. So this first click to the document that you get to is the guidance that they give the field about the cut scores for on track, not on track. However, what we showed you is in the hyperlinks within the reading diagnostics column of this information is a summary of that instrument, which is more applicable to what you are tasked to do. So this is an example from Ohio. Theirs is a couple pages, but there's a lot of white space available to it as well. So that's what you have in your folders to talk about. Our ultimate purpose in this item is a study session for which we are going to want to review the samples and see if any of those elements are appealing to you all, and you would like to give you ideas for inclusion on California's screening information template. And then what other elements, they don't have to be from those examples, but what other elements, if any, should be included in the screener information template? So that's what our task is for study session 3. Before Vic walks you through the same process about talking about how we operate the study session, are there any other clarifying questions around those?
Once the template has been decided on, is it, who is completing the template? Is it the State Board of Education? Is it the vendors? Who is actually completing this template?
I don't think that final decision has been made. I think, is it State Board staff will do most of it, but it could be from a lot of input from you all as well. This hasn't been final, Once we know what's on there, then we can decide how to get it in there too. That's another part of that process as well.
Any other clarifying questions?
Okay, so as Matt shared, we'll go ahead and move into a study session. And third time to remind, it's just a reminder, open to the public. We're going to keep live streaming. Make sure you have that report is going to share out. Keep those written notes to yourselves. We won't collect them. And again, all the feedback from the agenda item responses, discussion questions will be shared via oral report so that way the public can hear it. We'll use the same groups. If you would like to use a new reporter, you could certainly do that. We're at about 3:15. We probably need to wrap this up at about 3:50 for us to stay on time to leave at 4:30. Any questions before we move into those groups? Okay. And again, what we're trying to do is make sure we know your strongest preferences so that when we go back to the lab and cook up exactly what we heard, we can go over that in August. We can make those final decisions at that point. Great. I'll put the questions up, and good luck. So sorry, grade level? Cost. The length. Yeah. Yeah, and those are just top level.
Yes.
Oh.
But it's unmuted now, right?
What I really like about this one is it's simple, it's easy to read. And I think if we were to bring in
Not that this is a, and whoever has
Well, and I think some of this we talked about in the rubric section too, like some of these elements, so maybe this, learn the skills assessment of the concepts, right? So on this one, you circled it. Yes. PD support. You're talking about the language constitution of the student program, right? You know what, we also, language, I think it's the language is available for assessment, and then there's also the language is available, yeah, document language development. I don't know if that's important to put on here. No, I was talking about the guidance, the communication to families. Trying to sometimes you can have an assessment available in language, but they don't have any documentation. Oh, we have back to back on that day. Yeah, we want to have. But I don't know if that's. I also think it's important to include, especially if it's a. So that it's really clear, like. You have the assessment cost, but I also think it's important to include what kind of data integration or data management they have, right?
And then I think we talked about, what do you think about the progress non-meeting?
Yeah, but the assessment time. And how is it on one of because, okay, what was it call that? Because it's the next step. So I'm seeing it as part of communication, but not so you know, but maybe we need more explanation of what should be going into. So I'm gonna say that. Because we have to put that on the information sheet that they are completing, which is not listed in that. Some of those things are on the, submission packet. Yeah. Here's a link to. I'm also looking at information to what things that we wanted information about. What about like assessor. I don't think we do. Okay. What I'm saying is that I would probably have communication. So if we're using this to help districts decide, potentially, I guess we could, maybe we need to think about. I mean, it's not contact information or out the website and maybe. But need support in digital and implementation step. So rather than have them have their. I'm fine with it, like I feel like for this purpose, on the website, I have the contact information. Yeah, so on one they have professional development training, the other has. Those are different things. Yes. In my mind, like it's not the same. want to know if the options for corresponding between. I want to know if there's other options that, so that I don't just find one Well, it's given that it's a one-time screening. It's not a given that this, what I'm saying is our tools that. I understand what it's on here, I'm just saying for our purposes, this is what we're trying to. Yes, I think we were on the same page, I was just listening. Available with, I don't know how it would name a little block, but the idea would be what other tools are available for purchase or included or whatever, and that could be up to the negotiation of the district.
But I think that's part of it, is like knowing what
Know what you're purchasing, so if this is, so if I have these two information sheets, right, and let's say they're exactly the same. And I know that I have to, by state law, choose a one-time screening assessment. I feel like this one has the one-time screening assessment. This one has that one-time screening assessment that's actually part of a benchmark series 2. I need to know that I'm looking at this one-time decision. Right, and I'm just saying that we need to communicate that through this information. But if you're a district, there's people that already have not just but now we've said, oh, this applicant does not qualify for this screening process that you're required by the state. You have to choose one of these other assessments. Like, you wanna just, I guess my point is, wanna know. Right, we can massage the language. I think what I'm just trying to figure out how to put into this information kit, this information sheet, however we decide to do it, is that, yes, I'm looking at this to meet the requirements of the law and statute. And as someone from a district, I don't wanna buy a one-off piece, right? If I don't have anything else already in place, I'm gonna buy something that is more comprehensive. And maybe I'm just looking at that, we can leave it to the vendors to say that, but on the information sheet, maybe it's just other products available. But some districts are only going to
I know.
Other products available?
It sounds like it's not that controversial.
I feel actually pretty strong about that. Districts need to know what other things are available in the suite that's. No, because some schools are only going to buy one benchmark screener. They're not going to purchase the whole benchmark screeners and the progress monitoring, and you know what I mean? They're not going to, they're going, these vendors, because they're. No, I think that. And make What other things are covered? It's my Dibbles comes with your initiation. No, it's got 3 benchmarks. No, like what actually, if I were to, I guess, what I'm talking about is just coming from this perspective of, you know, from the intention is we're choosing a list of screening tools that are to be used once a year, regardless of what it was actually built for. That's what the vendors are presenting to us. It's a screening tool used twice. That's what's on the list to be purchased. What we want to, what I would like to be able to communicate to help districts decide which one they want to move forward with is beyond this screener. Now, you may know that, but some of the people who make decisions in our districts don't. No, that's fine. So they don't have the background in assessment. I've got budget people making decisions about how many interventionists and they don't know. Like they don't, they're the ones making decisions.
No, because I've already said that these templates, this is an benchmark assessment, and we discussed our response. What else would you want?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that's fine to say, is this benchmark, is there progress monitoring? I'm just saying, are there other things that come with it that should be known about? Like, is there, instructional resources that are attached to this? Are there other?
That's a great question. So I asked that when we put on the well, but, it was like,
Amplified, you know, M class has all of that stuff attached too, but what I'm saying is like, are there? Exactly. That's what I'm supposed to tell you, Tim.
But what I'm trying to say is, a lot of people simply say what those. People are over to do that.
You start washing dishes.
And also with the credit district. That's what they order. How do they interpret and what that or that?
That's not a
That's
problem.
what I was thinking, yeah.
But I don't know what we would call this. I think we're asking, it's like, what would we call this if we were to make these categories?
I mean, we could just
Progress monitoring,
call it progress
Oh,
monitoring.
wow. And then they just check it off, if they have that, what would it is? Because I think what she says.
Sometimes it's not very.
Yeah.
Like they don't have this benchmark, because in this state, they got.
Right. So would there be like a broad category for all of those? Progress monitoring, benchmark, everything would be separate?
Yeah, but I think they wouldn't make it through the evaluation, to Tim's point earlier, they wouldn't make it through the evaluation if they didn't have this. So what are you saying, suggesting perhaps to have like the method of communication?
Yeah, we are.
Well, it's everything. I don't know, I was just wondering if maybe that would be. Yeah.
Yeah, cause no, I see your point. There was, it's all the stuff that's in our rubric. Because we have the guidance and resources professional. Should we put resources offered? Maybe that's the better term.
Yeah, that's resources.
What resources are available? Thank you. So we can just say what additional resources are there, right?
And what Bonnie was saying.
And that would cover all of those things. Administration.
And we can.
Which one?
Just in general.
And, you know, that's my understanding.
I've had that. I don't know.
I don't know the name of the actor. Like, I can like visualize it in my head and then move it and like.
Unless you want to still debate a little bit.
I don't know. People say it. I don't know.
Sometimes they have strong opinions about unimportant things.
I don't know. I try to think of it so I can tell you, but I can't. Anyway, since you're sitting with me, you have the answer.
There's. Yeah, I know.
Well, if I get
I also get a lot. I feel like I don't know. It's such a narrative.
no, it's
Or like. I think so. But maybe.
it's like a friendly thing.
I don't know. When the office is going to, I don't know how it looks
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. That's not who I'm thinking about.
I never saw it.
No, I'm like thinking of this like this character like diaper. That's the picture I get. Yeah. I don't know anything at all. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. It was a bad day. So I'm like.
Oh, that's great.
I have to
Normally
walk
it's the
through
other
this
way
one.
around.
So I don't, I know something's done here, because I get worked on it.
Right.
What do you say? Oh, come on. We can choose a dog. Yeah, this place has 5 stars on Yelp. I told my husband I wasn't sure about getting sushi in a landlocked area in California, but he seems to be really okay with it. Yeah? Yeah. But don't come to me later.
We had really good sushi. There's a place on, it's not, that place is much closer to you, but we go to Gensai on D and 16th. And they have Tatiana from 2:30 to 7. So that's like my spot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like Cooney's is really good on
I'll keep all of those in my brain. We're not even Sunday.
yeah. But I'm at Cooney's, the barbecue. If you want a steak, Echo and Reagan, that's at Echo.
My husband doesn't want to do steak.
My husband always wants to do steak, no.
Well, what he told me, and he's a bit of a weirdo, he's like out playing his golf today.
Good for him.
And, he doesn't want to go anywhere where we're gonna see like when there's a competition fight, right? Like the leather boots and all the roads and
Yeah, so Echo and Red kind of has inside, so the walls are concrete, but they do have like the big booths. Every time we've gone in there, like one time we were just shopping, and I was like, I'm not dressed for fancy. And we went, and it was like, not, like I didn't feel embarrassed, like, I mean, I was wearing a sweatshirt, but still, like I was not like upskilled steakhouse attire either, you know? And that was actually fine. I was like, oh, this is all right then. It was really cool, you know, and
She was also telling me that the traits
fun. Is that what it's called? In West Africa.
All right, I see members being back. And let's get started, Mr. Brunetti and Diaz.
Yes, thank you, Chair Kim, Vice Chair Guerrero, members of the panel. Matt and I will be switching roles here, and I'll be facilitating this whole group discussion of the two questions that were asked about the screener information template. We'll follow the same process. We'll have Group B go first, and then Group A after that. Matt and I will identify some areas that we think need some further discussion. We want to try to wrap up this discussion no later than 20 past 4. So why don't we have Group B go first?
All right, I'm reporting for Group B. So first question to, I guess, Jessica Holmes. Hi. So we understand the purpose of this cover sheet. We understand why we are doing it. But for us, this cover sheet is very different than like a guidance sheet, like a guidance about how districts should implement it, what teachers should do, blah, blah, blah. I know it was something that was discussed at other meetings, but will we be returning at some point after December to create that guidance sheet? Or this is pretty much our only chance to provide any type of guidance? Because that depends on what is included on the sheet, if this is pretty much our chance to provide any sort of guidance. Because this guidance is for districts. I get it, like, oh, we're going to choose this, but the guidance, this is good for a district to make a decision, but guidance is like, what are they going to go about it? What are the teachers actually going to do? And then what are they going to do with the data? Because these sheets, other than Indiana, who actually went in depth a lot, actually, well, Indiana calls there a guidance sheet, not a cover sheet. We were curious about that.
So I'm not familiar with Indiana's process, but I would be careful about assuming that all those components were adopted as a single thing. It may be that there are different components that were adopted for different purposes. In general, guidance, I might want to get a little more clarity on what you mean by guidance, because guidance in general in the state is provided through the Department of Education, is generally who provides the guidance to LEAs. Can you hear me?
Oh, not really well.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? This is a little bit better. Thank you. Sorry about that. So generally what we think of as guidance to LEAs is provided through the Department of Education. They serve that purpose and that role in the state. So we wouldn't generally think of a panel as providing guidance to the state. I think that there's a little bit of a gray area there, because clearly the statute 53008 of the Ed Code does say that you are supposed to provide information about the administration of the screening instrument to LEAs. So I think there's some impreciseness in that language, but so I think we need to define what is meant by guidance and what it is exactly that you want to tell LEAs. I think that there are probably some things that are within the purview of the panel and some things that probably are not. But I think we need to kind of walk through what those things are and get a better sense of that. In terms of what happens after December 31st, the requirement for the panel to meet and confer really is aligned to the work that is supposed to be done by December 31st, and that is inclusive of the information sheets. So it's not clear to me what the role the state board is going to have for you after December 31st. So it is possible that these information sheets really provide. They are the only statutory requirement that this panel is required to provide to LEAs in relation to the screening instruments.
And I guess, I mean, thank you. It's also just to provide information, and I guess that's what it is. It's provide information on how to go about administering the test at the LEA levels and actually at the school sites, and actually for the teachers, because sometimes districts will put their own spin to it, but by the time it trickles down to the actual people that it's who are going to do the administration portion of it, it's very different. So than what the state has recommended. And so that's why I was asking, I mean, it came up in our group discussion about, I mean, whether we call it a guidance sheet or an information and administration is just the next steps. How does this look at the school site levels or LEA? I mean, if we can't do school sites, so at the LEA levels, to provide more precise information than just a broad framework. because it can be open. And I know we have to allow for interpretation, but it's just, how does this trickle down to the actual students, and how does this trickle down, and what does it look like for that kinder teacher who's going to be giving these to her 25 students, or that second grade teacher? Like, one of the discussions that we had was, okay, this is a universal screener, so the panel or the School Board of Education or CDE is recommending just a one-time administration of this, you know, and then but what if we want to use it at pre and post? Well, that's up to the LEA. Okay, so if an LEA wants a pre and post, again, what do we do with that information? And I mean, it's very different because the conversations, there's not any progress monitoring in between there. So are we going to provide any information about that? And so that's kind of what I'm asking. Just that, okay, great, we have this, yay, districts can click on this, we have a little info sheet, but then what? And then how does that going to impact me if I'm the one that's going to be giving the screener? I mean, so that's how I think of this. Well, how does it go from that little cover sheet to me come September 2025, and I'm giving these screeners to the students?
I think one thing to be really careful of when you're thinking through this is ensuring that what you're providing is information and not new requirements, if that makes sense. So not adding to the requirement that's currently in law for the LEAs to administer the screeners. So I think that is something where I think the law is pretty clear, that we just need to be careful that when we're saying, you know, this is you know, I'm just going to make this up, right? So we have screening instrument A, and we recommend it for K in first, but not for second. And you know, based on the information we have about the screening instrument, you know, it is administered on a one-on-one basis, and we have identified that Section 1 of what was submitted is appropriate as the screening instrument, but not maybe Section 2. That's the kind of information I think is certainly within your purview. I think if you were to say, you know, no more than 25 students can be in a classroom to receive this, unless that's something that's a restriction of the screening instrument itself, I think that starts to get a little bit more into the realm of adding additional restrictions and requirements. So I think that is really more kind of the line you're trying to walk, right? Like, I think it's hard, it will be hard for you within the confines of the law to be providing a lot of accountability, or adding a lot of accountability. But I do think information and what components of the screening instrument or what aspects of it you are approving, that's really where your authority lies.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, so with that said, these are some of the information that we think an information sheet or the cover sheet should include. It should have, we'll start with the purpose, to provide basic information. The whole purpose of this is to make an informed decision on whether they should, which instrument to use. And just one more question, Jessica, it's not mandatory, correct? This is just a recommendation from the California Department of Ed for schools to use, but it's not mandating that they use these screeners.
It is mandated. So the only way that an LEA can be considered compliant with Education Code Section 53008 is if they are administering one of the screeners that this panel selects. So they have to use, for that K1 and 2, to meet these requirements, they have to use the screener. And as I mentioned before, they have to use the screener in the way that you've approved it. So again, if you approve it for certain grades and not others, they can't go outside of those bounds. And if you say, you know, this component of this screening instrument is what we're approving, they have to use that and not something else. So yes, it is mandated.
All right, just making sure we're clear. All right, so it would provide for us, the one pager would give obviously the purpose, the grades covered, a description of the assessment. It would require the admin time and the length, how long does it take, We also talked about the mode. Again, is it one-on-one? Is it group setting, small group? Or whole class? What kind of assessment type? I actually liked it. And is it norm reference or criterion referenced? And what are the skills assessed or the constructs? And we can take straight from the rubric, because the rubric has, or the statute, I think, has it, like what needs to be tested. And so what skills would they cover this particular assessment? What languages are available for the assessment? English and Spanish plus any other languages that they have. That means that the assessment is to be given in that language. The cost, because that's important, per student, per package, if it's a packet. It should also talk about PD support. What does that look like? Or implementation support? What's the cost for the company to come out and train teachers or train staff to become trainers of trainers? Also just how it should be implemented. Contact information, data management integration. How is this data going to be collected? How is it going to be presented? That kind of information. Delivery method, is it going to be online, in person, that kind of stuff. And we also talked about the assessor qualifications. Who is the person? What's the training? What are the qualifications needed by the person to give the assessment? Okay. Validity scores, reliability scores, and classification scores, like maybe an overall rating, but that's information that comes from the company, not our panel. And also, more information is, we know this is a universal screener. Is this we talked about it being a benchmark, but I guess if it's a screener, it's not a benchmark, so it's a screener. So then we would talk about like what other additional resources would be available from the company should you want to look to see what this screener, what does it comes attached with? You know how when you buy a product, it says, here's the screener, and it's got all these other information. So we thought it'd be good to give that information to the information to the people looking, so they can make a better informed decision. Now, did I miss something? I felt that we had a little bit more. Does that cover everything, I think? Yeah? So that's kind of the information we thought, but we also didn't quite finish our conversation, so I know we could have gone for a little bit longer, but overall, that's the gist of what we think it should have on the sheet.
Great. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Guerrero. Representative from Group A then. What would you like to see in California's screener information template, and what do you think should be included?
So I get to report for Group B, and I was wondering if you might be able to show the slide where you shared with us some potential elements to include, because we agreed with all of those, and then we just have then these additional ones that we found from some of the examples that you provided. So it would help to exactly, perfect, thank you. So, so we started with that kind of list and compared it to some of these other sites, and we thought we wanted all of this information that's included here, with the exception possibly of the communication and resources. We were not exactly clear what would be included on there. Part of our rationale was not that they're not important, these other communication and resources, but that this is a cover sheet with some kind of basic information that is more general and kind of informs a district's decision about whether this is the one to go with or not. So all of that is there. And then we would also like to include the delivery method, as the other group has talked about, paper, digital, the languages then that are offered, the assessment is offered in. We also talked about the constructs, and similar to what we have in statute. And we also liked the way in which Massachusetts has these check boxes where it has a list. So we would like it just to be the statutory constructs, and then the the company has or whomever fills it out, just checks those boxes. And then we thought in the training materials section, in some of the examples, they talk about PD and training, and in at least one of those cases, they include the costs, so we want the costs. We want to clarify that we want the costs included in that. And then in the first bulleted item on that slide that you have there about the identifying information, we wanted to specify that we wanted a contact person that was listed, and we wanted the organization listed, but we also want the website for it to be included in that section. And then from just a formatting standpoint, we thought the Kentucky version, we like the table ones a lot, and we thought this was a nice clean look, and so we liked the way in which that appeared. And then I guess a last point that I want to acknowledge, which is similar to the point that Vice Chair Guerrero was mentioning initially, is that we saw this as different from the guidance, and that we were still thinking we had a role to play in this general guidance. And that was where we looked at maybe returning to the Indiana one for how we might go about that. And one thing that we really liked in particular, at least some of us, was the decision tree on that page 2 to really help then the LEAs grapple with what is this process and what should it include.
Thank you very much, Panelist Martinez. So based on these responses, we'll open the floor to see what discussions or questions. Oh, I'm sorry. I think this one's working a little bit better. I apologize. Thank you very much for your comments. There seems to be a lot of agreement, and again, what we're looking for is that very specific feedback so that we understand what to put together for the August meeting. I think that there's still some discussions about this role of guidance versus the information sheet, and we can certainly discuss that a bit more. We have some time to do that, as well as just the preference for what the template would actually look like. That was very helpful that you cited those examples.
I have a few, I guess, it's great to hear both groups, and I have, because I was in one group A, I have a few kind of some follow-up questions on kind of a group B, because some actually came up in our discussion and we went in a somewhat different direction. So one is norm or criterion based. We thought that that's really not very relevant for this screener, because this is screening and the goal is very clear, and whether it's normed or criterion based would not be very applicable. So that was our thinking. That did come up with, that's where our thinking was. The other piece that came up but also went in the other direction was reliability, validity, and the classification accuracy. We thought that by the fact that they were recommended means that they actually met the certain criteria, minimum criteria. So we weren't sure whether having that information was particularly helpful. The other piece is two pieces. One, I like the idea of a mode, including mode 101. But a quick question about is, depending on the grade, depending on the task, it might differ. So thinking about, how to present that information is something that just occurred to me. And one other last piece is data management integration was mentioned. And I think in my mind, data management is very big piece. And I did not, in the example you mentioned, how's it going to be presented, how data are going to be presented, that's just part of it, right? So I'm curious about what you had in mind about data in management. Thank you. Member Neeson?
I can answer a couple of those pieces for my thinking, and I don't know that our group was in consensus. So I will say that this is my personal opinion. But in terms, I think it's important to consider the purpose of this cover sheet. It is to allow schools, districts, and LEAs to decide which of the approved assessments that they're going to go with. And in order to make those decisions, if you're comparing two, yes, we agree that they've all met the criterion scores, But if we put what they have self-reported as their validity scores, then a school can see, oh, assessment A got this validity score and criterion, reliability score, but assessment B had a slightly lower one. Maybe I want to go with assessment A, right? So that's their decision to make based on the information we provide them. So yes, we had a minimum cut point score, but we also need to let them have information about how to choose which one of these elements. The same is true about data management. I didn't mean, when suggesting that, I didn't mean you go through their whole data management piece, but does it integrate with Schoology or other existing data management systems? So maybe there's a way to simplify that question. Does it offer data management and integration? Because it's in the rubric, but it's not necessarily something we said had to be firmly established in order for a company to move forward. That was that piece. And so I think for me, those were like key pieces in thinking at it from a purchasing and decision-making perspective. We need to provide them with information on what's going to work best for my district. The other piece is the other resources. It was a hot topic of discussion in our group because I'm thinking about it again from that decision-making perspective. If I'm looking at a screening tool and I already have assessments in place in my district, I may just need to buy that approved screening tool because I already have everything else covered. However, I might want to know, well, in the future, maybe I'm going to shift so that my whole system is aligned with whatever this approved version is. So I want to know what other resources does this screening company offer or tool offer that will help make my decision-making easier. So in the future, does this include instructional resources or is there progress monitoring? Are there benchmark assessments available? So we talked about different ways of identifying that, whether it be having like a little check mark box of like, here are other options that come with this suite that you can purchase separately from the screening tool, or, maybe they can somehow identify what their suite of assessment looks like in that information sheet. But again, we had some disagreements in our reporting group about what that could look like.
Any other thoughts? Martinez?
Yeah, I guess I would just concur with what Chair Kim said about the reliability and validity evidence and putting that on the cover sheet. We're an expert panel that's convened to evaluate this, and sometimes our districts don't have that expertise in the evaluation and looking at the instruments, and I wouldn't want them to overly to ascribe a higher value to a specific score, a validity score, and not the holistic evaluation of the assessment. So I would prefer we not include that evidence, and especially if it's publisher provided.
For me, whatever helps the LEA is good. It's just that I hope that they don't make a decision just based on this one pager. If this is meant to be one quick snapshot glance, they have to dig deeper, really look into it. But yeah, I see. So either whether you put it or not, we can further discuss. But we want to make sure that they make actually a decision based on deep look into the materials and instruments. Member Gravelin?
I agree with that point that in my mind, this is meant to be just a snapshot and not the only information that I'm making a decision on. If I were a decision maker in a district, that this is a snapshot, and other information like, whether it's the psychometrics and the resources and all of that can be further explored in a bigger packet and or the website and things like that, and through their communication with the contact or the, at the publisher, that all of that information is available to them and should be considered, but not every information that a district might want to consider needs to be on the cover sheet.
Member Nissen?
I agree. absolutely. But I will say, having worked in a large system, that the decision makers are not the people that review the materials in depth. Sometimes the snapshot gets you in that first level of if we have, let's imagine we have 10 assessments that pass muster per our and are on the approved list. Someone in that district is going to sit down and look at the snapshot pages of those 10 and decide which ones they're going to go deeper into. So that was my point on saying that the cover sheet should have enough information to guide them into the deeper dive. But there will be districts that are not going to deep dive into all 10. They're going to say, I'm going to knock this one out because it doesn't include the data management, or this one I'm not even going to take to the leadership team. I'm just saying that could be potentially something that happens. Reality is that they probably all are going to have to do their own RFP process with these approved pieces, but you never know how that decision-making process might be engaged.
Thank you, Member Martinez and Odegaard.
Yeah, I hear you, and I agree that I think it makes sense to include like the data management piece, especially because these are cost issues and the usability, right? And so I think that is helpful information to include, and then the other suite, right? So what is this as part of this suite? I could see that. I still feel, I guess, uncomfortable with putting the validity evidence, and especially if you have like one square. It's just, I feel like that goes a little too far.
Member Odegaard?
Yeah, I'll follow up really quick with what panelist Martinez says. It actually alludes back to something you said, Chair Kim, in the past, which is the magnitude of these metrics for reliability can be influenced by aspects of a study's characteristics, which have a lot more to do with the study itself and its characteristics and less to do with if we had done another study in a different way, the specific number. So once you get to a certain level, or even any level, to some extent, the numbers are. So I think Chair Kim's caution and panelist Martinez is really well taken from my standpoint, which is I'd hate for a decision maker to make that a 0.82 is somehow more meritorious of being considered than a 0.80 because, 2 points, or even a 0.85. So, yeah. The other thing that I noticed, and others probably noticed this too, which was across all of these are part of a MTSS approach. So these would have been benchmarks accepted, opposed to California's, which is a single time screener. But I noticed that they all noted if they had progress monitoring. To think about how with an adoption, you might be more efficient with your resources, your treasure, which is scarce, your training of your time, and your teacher's precious time. I've had great concerns about us having a self-fulfilling prophecy that this is a bad idea because we don't think about or provide information so that they can better integrate it with their resources, properly use this as an advantage to teachers and students and families opposed to one more thing that you're spending time and treasure on. So I noticed that they all said progress monitoring. So when the only disagreement or conflict we had was it just seemed like those 2 points of specificity. Is it a benchmark assessment? Would it have progress monitoring to fit in a larger MTSS system? Might be something worth considering us including, since California is an outlier in these types of law in the nation when it comes to screening. They're typically adopted as part of a larger MTSS approach that would have a benchmark assessment aligned to RTI. So it just was interesting.
Thank you. Thanks for the observation. Any other questions or comments or reactions?
Well, great. Thank you very much for those comments. I think that gives us plenty of fodder for us to take back and develop something that we can consider for adoption in the meeting in August. And so with that, Chair Kim, that concludes our presentation for item 5.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Brunetti and Mr. Diaz. And let's open the phone line for public comment. So members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Are there anyone signed up to provide public comment in person? Anyone on the phone? All right, thank you. This concludes this item, information item. Now we're going to move on to item 6, which is really the general public comment. And I would like to open up for public comment. So public comment is invited on any matter not included on the printed agenda. So members of the public wishing to provide a comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the number shown on the public comment slide. Are there anyone signed up to provide comment in person?
There is not.
On the phone?
There is not.
Thank you. Any other comments before we adjourn? Not seeing any, I hereby adjourn our July 26, 2024 Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel meeting at 4:19 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.